And I'll call the special meeting to order for, pardon me, Wednesday, November 20th, 2024. So welcome, everybody. We're here today to start the process of the review of our 2025 to 2029 budget process. Before we get into the agenda, I just a couple of things I just wanted to point out. I've been through the draft that we have here. I want to acknowledge staff right off the bat for the job they've done on. There's been a lot of work done at the staff level for sure, moving things around. We knew what 2025 and 2026 were looking like. They've done, I think, an incredible job of moving, and it's not done yet. So that's going to be our job moving forward. So moving forward, I just want to emphasize this is the first day. I don't think we want to overreact to anything that's in there. We can see probably this is one of the most difficult budget years. Certainly, I came back in 2005. My wife says I always repeat myself. It's usually after a couple of glasses of wine. We're good to go. Yeah. So anyways, first meeting, I got back in 2005. This is, I think, the most difficult budget year that we faced, certainly in my opinion. So there's a lot of work to do. And saying that, I think if ever we had a year where staff and council have to work together, you see some years where we're kind of going like this. I think as a group, we really have to focus on working together this year and trying to make things right. Okay, so anyway, just going forward, keep that in mind. And can I get a motion to adopt the agenda of the special council meeting of Wednesday, November 20th, 2024 is amended? Mover, please. Councillor Ray, Councillor Stetsky, all in favor? Opposed? Thank you. That's carried. Again, this is the first meeting for 2025 to 2029 5-year financial plan. Everybody knows that this is Charlotte's time to shine. So I will pass the meeting over now to Charlotte and Mark for opening comments and lead us through the agenda. Charlotte?
Thank you, Mayor Price. Good afternoon, everyone. Mayor, members of council, staff, guests, and the public. Today is the first budget meeting with council in developing the 2025 through 2029 5-year financial plan. We will start with a high-level review of reserves and borrowing, pages 5 through 9, those of you who are following along in your package. The information is preliminary and will change as we move through the budget process. The remainder of today's meeting will focus on capital projects. Before moving into those presentations, there will be a short introduction of the Asset Management Steering Committee terms and reference. You'll find those on pages 11 and 12 of your package. All projects in the 5-year financial plan will be touched on. The focus will be the 2025 projects and any 2026 companion projects. Projects planned for 26 through 28 will be mentioned briefly. And as most of the 2029 projects will be new to council, the mention they receive will be in the form of a brief introduction. In your package, the schedules are by department, by year, and broken down by asset type for those of you following along in your package. So today is about making sure that council is familiar with the projects planned for 2025 and is aware of the projects on the horizon for 2026 through 2029. Staff will describe the projects very briefly and answer your questions. Carry forwards are also provided in your package. The listings are by department. For each department, the projects are listed by those in progress, those not started, and projects eliminated. For the majority of the projects eliminated, the reason for the removal is that they're no longer necessary. The carry forward projects are for information purposes only. The projects were previously approved and are not scheduled to be discussed at today's meeting. The vast majority of the city's capital projects are funded from reserves. Tax revenue funds approximately 55% of the capital projects. And before we get started with the review, we will have a short presentation on those reserves, how they're funded, funding levels and withdrawals, and the balances available for future capital replacement. We will visit the reserves again on December 13th in a little bit more detail. This is just intended to be a high-level review. Similar comments go for borrowing. There are a few items of note that I would like to share with Council. IPD projects listed in your package as IPD projects, pages 47 through 51. Due to the nature of these projects, they are often shared between engineering and public works. For today's purposes, they are being presented along with the engineering department projects. When we come to the department presentations on December the 11th, you may see some of those projects delivered either in engineering or public works. So, and here's an item of particular interest. So mobile and other equipment. The units that are intended for replacement will not be reviewed individually. Tony Hitu will present highlights of the fleet management plan. His slide can be found on page 23. Any mobile equipment listed in other departments is also not scheduled to be reviewed individually. The intent is we will not be reviewing each individual mobile unit. Rather, we will talk to Council about the fleet plan as a whole. There are also projects under $20,000 that will not be discussed today. They're not scheduled to be discussed today. They are in the listing, but staff are not expecting to speak to those. Of course, if there are questions, they are able to answer those questions. There are a few unfunded projects where the project is out in later years of the 5-year financial plan. We will continue to monitor for funding options. The reason they are currently unfunded is there is not enough funding in the reserves to deal with that particular project. As we all know, things change a lot. Something that looks one way in year 5, by the time year 5 becomes year 1, it looks a little bit different. It looks quite a bit different. There is one 2025 project, corporate training, that is also listed as unfunded. We'll talk a little bit more about that project when we get to it. That project is funded from surplus, and as of right now, there is no funding for that particular project, as we don't yet know what the surplus looks like. Projects moved or eliminated. So also on your schedule, you will see some of the capital projects that have either been moved out to other years or have been completely eliminated. Your schedule also provides detail on specific projects where the budget might have increased or changed, or where the project has actually been moved somewhere else or is coming from another year. The other one I wanted to talk to you about specifically is the RCMP detachment. So Tony and Amanda will be will walk you through a PowerPoint presentation that summarizes the progress on that particular project. The project was scheduled to be started in 2025, but because of delays, it is now sitting in 2026. And the construction escalation on that project is 4.5%. So what was a $9.9 million project is now in the budget at $10,400,000 in 2026. We do not yet have RCMP approval for the project. And so that is one of the primary reasons for the delay. Another an important item that we need to talk to Council about is the design. In May, we came to Council and requested $150,000 to complete the design of the detachment. The resolution was defeated. So just so Council's clear on what that means, it means we spent $635,000 on an incomplete design. And typically, the design cost for a project is around 12%. So for a $10 million project, that would have been about $1.2 million. Even adding the $150,000, which is needed to complete the project, you are well under the 12%. Currently, what you have is you have spent $635,000 on an incomplete project. The ask from staff will be to fund the completion of the project for $150,000. That will allow you to proceed with the project or to have a shovel-ready project should you decide not to proceed with the project. The bottom line is we need a resolution. We need council's commitment to the project, either to move ahead or to not move ahead. Ideally, we will be able to complete the design and either move ahead if that's what council decides, or have a design that we can, should some sort of grant become available, we can access the grant. It's not likely, but should that become available, that completed plan is there. Because of the delay on completing the design, there is a concern that the folks involved in the design are dispersing. So the longer we wait to complete the design, the more difficult it will be to bring that group back together, and the $150,000 will likely not cover the cost to complete the design. So in summarizing, we have a resolution from council from last December to move with option 2, which was the $9.9 million renovation at the time. That project has been increased in cost to $10.4 million and is now sitting in 2026. And so that will be a decision for council on December the 11th when we come back and get your decisions on capital projects, and I'll speak a little bit to that in a minute. And also we will be asking council to either support the $150,000 to complete the design or to not. And if you don't complete the design, you're not completing the project. But those decisions have to be made so that we can finalize what's happening with this project. Okay, I think that's all I have on the RCMP detachment. Tony and Amanda will speak more to it and, of course, answer any of your questions. On Monday, November the 25th, which is this Monday coming up, there is a short committee of the whole meeting planned to provide any additional information that staff may not have available today. Should you ask a question that we don't have the answer to, we will have that information available for you on Monday. And also to answer any questions that may occur to you after we conclude today. At the end of today's meeting, I plan to ask council whether or not the the Monday committee of the whole meeting is necessary. And I'm sure as we move along, there'll be some indication of whether or not that meeting is necessary. But if it isn't, then we wouldn't convene the meeting. Then on December the 11th, so we have 2 more budget meetings in December. December the 11th, staff will provide short department presentations reviewing their 2025 operating budgets, 2025 work plans, and then 2025 and 2026 companion projects will be presented for council for a council decision: yes, no, or defer. If you defer the decision on the project, it will be brought forward again in January for consideration again. January is typically when we have more robust discussions about projects that are that council needed more information on or needed some more time to think about. So those deferred projects from the December meeting will be brought forward again in January. If you say yes to a project in December, the intent is to have a umbrella resolution for all the yes projects that essentially provides them with pre-approval, similar to what we've always done with the road program. Get pre-approval in December to move on that work, and this gives staff the opportunity to go out to the market early and get the best possible pricing. So yes projects will have the resolution that they're deemed essentially pre-approved. no projects will be removed from the budget, and deferred projects will be deferred to January. At the end of today, the final item on today's agenda is a review of the public consultation results. And that will be presented by CAO Furcho. And then following that presentation, and it's intended to be a soft launch. You'll see it again, I believe, on Monday, this Monday coming up. And then there'll be some closing comments, and we plan to finish around 5 o'clock. There will be a meal break at 3 and another break before 3 o'clock. And that's it. If there are any questions.
Councillor Bissett.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. So further to your comments on the RCMP building, I think one of the concerns was about going to the AAP process. That wasn't mentioned in your discussion. So we still have to go to AAP if we give approval. I think there was concern about how much money to spend ahead of going to AAP, and staff were to look at that.
Councillor Blissett through the mayor. No, I didn't mention it in my high-level overview. It is mentioned in the slide. And by mentioned, I'm saying we say that it's borrowing. And anytime we borrow, there's typically an AAP process associated with it.
Well, excuse me, not for any time we borrow. It's because of the magnitude of the borrowing. We don't go to AAP for every bit of borrowing. Every single bit of borrowing, we go to AAP.
There are
No.
two circumstances under which we don't go to AAP if it's under 5 years,
Yes.
or if it's based on per capita, which we've never done in my time. But like for a fire apparatus, which we typically borrow for under 5 years, there's no requirement to go to AAP.
Correct.
But anything over 5 years, so it's not about the dollar value, it's about the
Okay.
length of time we're borrowing.
All right. So, but my point is that the reason council was concerned about increasing the amount of money on design was because of the need to go to AAP, and there was some concern about whether that would be successful. So what I think we need to address before all this moves ahead is how to get enough information to think that that's going to be successful before spending so much money on design and that kind of thing. So that is something that needs to come to council before we, instead of just bringing back what we had before, we need some more information. And maybe we'll get that from the survey of the public. I don't know.
If I could, through Mayor Price, through Councillor Bissett. So some of the conversation today is exactly to address that. We asked as that presentation today is to dial everything back, kind of start from the whys and give council that high level, sort of more broader picture of why is it necessary and what are the pieces involved. Because what you had was some very detailed information in some very large chunks quite a long time ago before we got to the dollar discussions. So today is a chance in the presentation, the way it's structured, to have a more sort of holistic overview that would be kind of what you're talking about, that then is something we can convert easy to something to the public in front of an AAP process. So it is coming today. Yeah.
Good. Okay, Charlotte.
Thank you, Mayor Price. So I'm going to turn it over to Charlene to do to walk us through the high-level reserve review.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and everybody else out there in the public. I think that IT is going to bring that up for me, correct? And Charlotte, I do not know where to find the reserves. They're not in my. Okay.
Are you talking about?
The one with the notes and so.
Oh, okay. Okay, just wait.
Sure. Okay, so this is just a high level review of the reserves. As Charlotte has mentioned, all the reserves are consolidated. So this is our reserve policy statement that you all should be familiar with by now because we present it every year during our reserve discussion. We will have a more detailed reserve discussion. I believe it's December 13th, where we actually go through each reserve and look at the balances. So for 2025, we have an opening balance of the reserves, and this does not include the airport reserves. So the opening balance is $18,577,870. So this is assuming that all of the carry forwards projects have been spent. So this is what's uncommitted in the reserves. We have transfers in of 13.7. So the transfers in, as Charlotte mentioned, is 55% coming from general taxes. So 3.6 million coming from the road dedicated tax, and then other tax of 2.7 million. Also in there is frontage taxes, and that's about 24%. The frontage taxes go into the utility capital reserves. We have grants of 1.1 million, and that is the gas tax, or what is that called now? The community, the old gas tax, it's called the Community Works Grant or something like that. Interest of 633,000, and then other of 2.2 in 2025. So the other includes the peak mortgage payment of 1,033,000. So that's a total of 13.7 that's going in the reserves. And then going out of the reserves, I don't know if you can hear me fine. Oh, also, I wanted to mention that what is also going into the reserves is $647,144, something like that, for the desludging reserve. So that money is going into the reserve, but it's not coming out because we're not spending that until 2033. So you can see that the transfers in and transfers out are relatively flat, but that is because we are building this desludging reserve in there, and that by the end of 2029, that desludging reserve is 3.8 million.
So if I just might add for council's information, so if you remove the 3.8 from the 20,000, you are down below the balance at the end of 2025, or the opening balance in 2025. So we are not replenishing the reserves adequately.
Yeah, so basically we just wanted to highlight the reserve balances because almost all of the capital projects are funded from the reserves. So that means we need to make sure that we keep funding those reserves, and that generally like 55% of that funding comes from taxes, general taxes.
Thank you, Charlene. And 24% of it comes from frontage taxes. So the majority of the funding for our reserves, almost 75% or 80%, comes from some form of tax.
Yeah, and I think that's about all, unless you want to add something else about the reserves. I think that's all we really wanted to talk about today about the reserves. Are there any questions?
Councillor Stetsky.
Yes, thank you. As every year, I guess when we get into the detailed look at each of the reserves, you'll tell us how concerned you are about what's in there or not in there, but that'll wait till the 13th of December?
Yes, that is correct.
Question. Just looking at the, oh, can you bring that slide back up? Sorry. But the balances, that's fine. They're not growing. And, you know, if we look at over 5 years, what we expect from inflation, how concerned are we about that?
Yes, yes, we are, obviously we are concerned about inflation. So they grow a little bit because the road program is going into the reserves, and that's growing. But we definitely do need to look at indexing what's going into the reserves.
Thank you.
I would just add to that as well, what happens out in later years, we will accelerate transfers to a reserve that are probably not likely to be held at that, held to that level. That's a fairly new practice. The reason is because we have, you know, things change so much in terms of, you know, what year 5 looks like when year 5 becomes year 1. We've typically been, so far, we've been able to smooth it out, but we are definitely running into problems. I don't know that we've ever brought you a, you know, an unfunded project before. So, you know, we're definitely struggling to, you know, to keep the funds balanced in terms of what's in them, what do they need to fund, and as you know, over the last few years, many of our capital projects have seen significant escalation. So where those are funded from reserves as opposed to, say, borrowing or a grant, those have really hit our reserves in a way that obviously borrowing or grant funded projects haven't. So, and our, you know, our transfers to the reserves are, you know, where we're able to, we are increasing them, but there are some of the reserves that are just, the transfer to the reserve is too high. You know, $600,000 in 1 year, that's something that is highly unlikely to happen. So we are able to, you know, as the year gets closer, we're able to either smooth it out by moving projects out. Sometimes projects will get eliminated. We are also, in some cases where the project might have had a budget where the budget wasn't fully spent because perhaps there was, you know, very high contingencies, which we've been forced to incorporate into the budgets because of what's been happening, in some cases, through careful management by staff, the contingency wasn't necessary, or at least a contingency of 25% wasn't necessary. So some of that gives back to the reserve. So we've been able to manage it, but it is, as we start focusing further out, which we've talked about frequently with council, you know, 10-year capital plans, it will become more difficult to manage that where we're not escalating the transfer to the reserves or eliminating projects. And just from a high level comment perspective, we're typically not out there buying, you know, new shiny things. It's replacements and it's critical infrastructure very frequently. So, you know, so it's not a wish list capital budget. It's a needs capital budget most frequently. So just keeping that in mind, and the challenges that we're running into funding some of those very critical projects.
Yeah, thank you, Charlotte. And that's where I was going with my question actually was, I think it's imperative that we're looking at, you know, 10-year forecasts in the capital, and certainly in the larger projects, you know, our capital works projects definitely got to be 10 years out because I'm fine with this in this 5-year plan, but certainly maybe even by the time we're finished this year, we may have to look at the transfer out, right? You know, if this is all we're transferring in right now, it's the transfer out. And certainly, again, it's going to be much more graphic when we get 10 years, but we're going to see that probably even next year that these numbers here are going to shift quite a bit. So just a caution, you know, like it is what it is. If there's only so much coming in, then we're going to have to limit what's going out maybe, you know, for a couple of years and until we can get ahead. I just don't like the fact that we're staying the same because we know what inflation is going to be. We know that even, you know, that it's a CPI, even if it's 2 to 3%, we know that our inflation is going to be 5 or 6%, you know, because of the industrial scale of our product. So thank you. Yep. Go ahead, Charlotte.
Mayor Price, just a comment on the staying the same. Part of that is because of the desludging reserve that's, you know, going in and not coming out. So even though our transfers to reserves are staying the same in part because we, you know, we're transferring money over to that reserve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so the next slide that Charlene is just going to walk us through is a high-level review again of the borrowing. And this one in particular, I expect to see some changes to. We are constantly getting new information on projects that affect this.
Sorry.
Oh, there's your, yeah, Charlene, there's Charlene's reserve graph.
Yes, this is just what we talked about, but in picture form for people that like pictures,
Yeah.
not numbers.
Yeah, so you can see, it's pretty static. It's pretty static.
Yeah.
Okay, so, okay.
Yes.
All right, we paid homage to the reserve graph. On to borrowing, and again, this is a high level, and I expect there will be changes before we're done with this process, but I will now turn it over to Charlene.
Okay, so what page is this in the, this is page 9 in your package because it's hard to see on the screen, I think. So the borrowing has changed somewhat from what we presented last year for 2025 because of projects that have been deferred for borrowing, mainly the RCMP building and the FS at Western Financial Place. So if you look at the very bottom of the schedule, at the end of 2024, our current debt was 21.8 million. And the planned new debt in this 5-year plan is 91. Actually, this is 10-year, but I think, yeah, is 91.5 million. So our borrowing limit currently is based on 2020, that should say 2023 revenue. Can't see if that says that.
It does.
So, yeah, so I don't think, so our borrowing limit currently is 14.3 million. So as of 2025, we are planned to be at 26.86% of our limit. 2026, 37.76%. And as you can see, by 2029, we're at 49.24%. It drops down in 2030 because of the Western Financial Place will be paid off in 2030. So you can see the big drop in actually 2031 at 45.47% of our borrowing limit. And so again, we just wanted to highlight the borrowing where we're at because a lot of the projects that we discuss are with borrowing. Is there any questions? And Charlotte, did you want to add anything to that?
I did. But I think I'll wait. I'll wait. Okay, any questions on the borrowing?
Councillor Peabody.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm assuming this extra $65,000 or $65 million in borrowing, we'll discuss that as the budget meetings go on.
Yeah, so that also will be presented on December the 13th.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll let the departments are going to do their presentations on December 11th, and then on December 13th, we'll follow up with, reserves, borrowing, and there's a couple of other items
Okay,
we'll
thank you.
discuss on the 13th, yes.
Thank you again. Perhaps we can leave it for the next meeting, but how do we, or future councils address that increase in borrowing and increase in debt?
Councillor Stetsky through the mayor. So by addressing it, perhaps you can say that a different way.
Yeah, so it would, 2028, we're at 49.44%. We have to pay that back. Somebody's got to pay that back. And I'm just curious how that might be managed in the future.
Tax payments are through, debt payments are through taxes. So if the borrowing is in the general fund, like for example, the RCMP station, that will be from general municipal taxes. if we end up borrowing for Gold Creek Dam, that will be funded through water frontage taxes. So not general municipal taxes, but certainly water frontage taxes. So debt will always be, always be covered with property taxes. Hearing no other questions, we will move on to the next section. So before we start with the review of the capital projects, Caitlin is here to present the Asset Management Steering Committee terms of reference, and I will hand that over to Caitlin.
Over the last 12, the Asset Management Steering Committee has been meeting monthly to discuss the city's asset management initiatives and also provide guidance on asset management practices. In November, a terms of reference was developed to provide a guiding framework for the committee. So this update is just to provide council with a brief overview of the Asset Management Steering Committee. So the committee is a cross-functional committee that oversees and supports the city's asset management program. Each department at the city is represented on the committee in order to provide alignment in asset management throughout the organization. The steering committee is responsible for reviewing the implementation of the asset management strategy to foster positive communication outside the committee regarding asset management progress and outcomes, and also to consider any issues and ideas raised at the committee meetings. The steering committee will continue to meet monthly and will provide an annual report to council. The first annual report is anticipated for the first quarter of 2025. As our asset management program evolves, the steering committee will help balance any conflicting priorities and resources and provide advice to council related to infrastructure, condition, risk, and replacement planning. So this will be helpful in our future capital planning processes.
Thank you, Caitlin. So we just thought it was important that council be introduced to this committee, and so that you understand that piece of the work that's going on around asset management at the staff level. So as Caitlin has outlined, you will be hearing back from the Asset Management Steering Committee throughout a fiscal year. So look for those very exciting information pieces from the committee. Thank you, Caitlin.
Councillor, has a question?
Thank you, Mayor Price. Just to clarify, it sounds like the committee's been meeting for the last year or so, and the terms of reference have just been formalized recently, kind of based on that year of experience?
That's correct.
That's great. I think this is a very important addition to our structure in the city, and so important to have that interdepartmental communication. And we certainly know that we need to stay on top of asset management and be as proactive as possible. So I'm very pleased to see that this committee is in place and look forward to your future reports.
I think it's terrific that we put this committee together. And obviously it's represented by all staff. In your terms of reference or policy, do you have a number of like quarterly meetings maybe with council to update on where the asset management plan is at?
To Mayor Price, we do have at least annual updates to council, but we can provide updates as required or requested.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Caitlin. So we're now going to start the capital project portion of today's meeting. And first up will be Tony Hitu to walk us through the Public Works capital projects.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, just to start with just want to talk a little bit about carry forwards. So due to current market conditions affecting supply chains and resources availability, many projects now span multiple years. For instance, building a snowplow can take up to a year just to receive the chassis, after which all the necessary equipment must still be installed. Similarly, construction projects often require a year to complete various consulting and permitting process before construction can even begin. These projects typically involve design from multiple consultants, archaeology assessments, environmental evaluations, hazardous material reports and assessments, and the list goes on and on. So there's always something new to these construction projects that tend to delay the design. So if there's no questions on carry forwards, I'll move to 2025. Just some notes on changes in 2025. There's one on the library mechanical upgrades. What we did is we juggled that project around, put some planning money up front, and moved the planned upgrades into 2028 and 2029. We're aware of the cemetery master plan and the recommendations from that on project on the cemetery upgrades. Another little project to note, so we're not using potable water out of our system. We want to retrofit one of our old shallow wells so that we can start filling up bulk water for cleaning streets and whatnot. Last year we ran into a situation where we were having to purchase water outside the city limits in an effort to conserve our water. And then the other new item that we think feels fairly important for our asset management plan is the facility condition assessment, asset tagging, and updating preventative maintenance procedures for all the facilities. That's a new item ask for 2025, and it'll just give us the better planning for the future. 2026 irrigation pond 2 valve replacement. That's new for 2026, 2027. This project is for the assessment and design of the pond 2 valve that turns on and off the flow of water from pond 2 in the spray irrigation pump house. This valve is in a deep pit and original to the facility. It is possible that this valve is not operational. So this came out of some assessments we were doing this year. Storage structure for solid waste. So that's new. So as we move into, as city starts to take over recycling and future organics, this provides us the facility to manage all the bins and manage all the bins, store the bins, and make necessary repairs.
Sorry, Tony, question. So to transfer over to the solid waste and whatnot, do we have a date set for that when we thought we were going to start taking that on? I'm just curious. I'm just looking here in that's 2026, and I'm just wondering, when we look at 2026, if the numbers are up there a little high, is that something that could be carried forward into or moved forward into 2027 or 2028? Yeah, I'm just saying if we need wiggle room at the end of our discussions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Price. We can come back with some numbers. We've looked at the business plan of bringing the recycling in-house, and there's actually a cost savings to the city by doing that.
Yeah.
So Caitlin she has been providing some updates to council on some future planning, but I can work with Caitlin to bring those numbers back if you like.
Yeah, great. I had a question later on that anyway, so I'll hold off on that. Thank you. Yep. Councilor
and-
Bissett, Tony, sorry, Tony, Councilor Bissett has a question.
So I'm not quite understanding what you mean by bringing recycling in-house. So the recycling right now is being done through Recycle BC and through the regional district. And so you're talking about changing that, or I'm not clear on what that means.
Thank you, Councillor Blissett through the mayor. So currently, yes, it's through the RDK program. But we contract out the actual pickups to a third-party contractor. So if we were to use city staff, city equipment, we would start doing it ourselves.
Okay, so that's something else that we would need a presentation on to make a decision on that. As far as, I guess because part of the information that I receive all the time on my emails is about overworked, can't manage, blah, blah, blah. And then this seems to be in the opposite direction, so I'm not sure. And we would just need more information on that before going ahead and certainly approving projects that relate to that.
Yeah, and again, this could fall in place with some of the recommendations that we saw through the survey we sent out. Well, certainly what I saw was an awful lot of the residents thought we could go every garbage every 2 weeks. So if we're doing one week, one the next week, and if there's a saving for us on the recycle, so this may fit into a future plan. Anyways, Councillor Graham has a question.
Yeah, two questions. Are we allowed to ask questions on any of these projects or no? Are we just talking about the high level stuff?
You're allowed to ask questions. Any questions council has, we'll do our best to answer.
All right. Just to stem off of what we were just talking about with recycling, it would be great if we could get recycling and garbage pickup in the stratas, maybe give that another go and see if that's the way to generate some more revenue if we're going to bring it in-house. The other thing that I was curious about is on the capital project list for 2025, Rotary Park playground equipment replacement. Just curious why we wouldn't go to the Rotary clubs to fix the playground rather than it come out of reserves.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. Through the mayor, I can come back with some answers on that. We did do some work with Rotary this year, and I'm not, I don't know in front of me exactly what the outcome was, but yeah, there is some equipment that definitely needs to be replaced in Rotary Park. So I can come back to the next meeting with some answers on that.
Thank you, Tony. And as Shard explained at the start there's maybe a number of questions that they can't address today, and they'll bring back at the 25th. Yeah. CEO for sure.
And then further that, council, the purpose of today is really just so you see all the capital projects for all the 5 years out, so that come December, when we ask for the 25 approval list, that's where we say, the responses on approve, deny, or defer, something like the example we just had with the recycling shed. Council's obviously, we don't have enough information for council to make a December approval. So that would simply be deferred into the normal process in January when we talk about things in greater detail with more time. All we're looking to do in the December asks is so that when we present by department, approve, deny, or defer, if there are things that are clearly go ahead and we can get on with bidding and get the best prices, that's all we're looking for. That's why the defer option is there. So that's a great example of, we're not trying to get approval of everything in December. It's just those that are clearly easy to say yes to. Let's do that. The rest just move into the time we typically would do that, and you'll have a lot more information. So that was a really great example right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Councillor Graham had a supplemental, then over to Councillor Teskey.
Yeah, and I guess that's why I asked my question, because if we're not gonna, if that's coming in December, then no, the answer is no, don't ask questions on this, because that will be a December thing.
Any questions are great today too, please.
Yep. Councillor Teskey.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So under projects under 20,000 climate action plan, new for 2025 and 2026. There's quite a bit of funding, grant funding out there related to climate change, and I assume having an updated plan is important, but it just shows that under 2026 here, I'm assuming it'll show up for 2025 as well then somewhere?
I'm sorry, Councillor Stetsky, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I was looking at projects under 20,000 under the climate action plan.
Mhm.
And in red beside it, it says 2025 and 2026.
Mhm.
That's showing under 2026 in this column. And I just want to make sure that that's also included somewhere in 2025, because there's quite a bit of funding available out there for climate action for municipalities. And I assume we need an updated plan in 2025.
So in 2025, it is in 2025, $10,000, and it's funded from grants. And in 2026, it is also in there funded from grants. Yeah.
Okay, Tony.
All right, thank you. So to continue on in 2026, project 0288 is the Manual Training Center brick repointing. So planning in 2027 to start to redoing a lot of the bricks on that building. That's new, and from 2027 to 2029, we included a number of building condition assessments, planning for mechanical upgrades, planning for facility envelope improvements, and a parks master plan update as well. So a lot of planning money in those years.
Thank you, Tony.
And then I guess just to speak about the fleet, if we can pull up the dashboard. So what we basically decided to do is a bit of a 10-year snapshot on the fleet. So this dashboard illustrates the condition and status of our fleet, notably several assets marked in red, indicating poor condition, are typically our third line of equipment. These are used to extend the lifespan of other assets. For instance, we utilize the oldest loader for road salt and the oldest excavator for frost breaking, both of which are demanding on the equipment. The black line represents the funding levels allocated to the equipment reserve. So overall, the fleet remains in good shape and is meeting its intended purpose. So, you know, it's the type of dashboard we like to start moving to for all our city assets as our asset management plan progresses.
Great, Tony. That's a great graphic. It's a real visual snapshot of where we're headed here for sure. Councilor Ray has a question.
Thanks, Mayor Price. One of the items for 2025 and 2026 is cemetery upgrades, which includes the Memorial Tree Grove. And Councillor Blissett had an excellent point at one of our recent meetings in terms of thinking of our cemetery not only as a cemetery, but also as a nature park where there can be lots of trees, and then also the potential for it being a lovely place for people to walk, right? As there are in other communities. So I'm just wondering for the Memorial Tree Grove, if we think of it as not just a cemetery, but as a cemetery, but also a place where we're trying to plant trees and potentially think about walking paths in the future, maybe. Can we access things like the Federation of Canadian Municipalities tree program for a Memorial Tree Grove? They're trees, they just happen to be in a cemetery. So I'm just wanting to make sure we're kind of looking at our cemetery with not in a silo, as a, we're looking at it as a multi-use site, I guess, would be kind of my point. So are there some programs like the FCM program that might be able to assist with the memorial tree growth?
Thank you, Councillor Ray, through the mayor. Yeah, we already use a lot of those tree planting grants within our capacity. I'm not sure how the grant would work if, we're making it part of a project, but, we can definitely look into that.
And just a follow-up, if I may? And then my other thought and thinking about walking paths, we've already touched on connecting with Cranbrook Rotary regarding potentially the Rotary playground equipment. But we know that Cranbrook Rotary, that they are experts in building trails, as we have seen at Moyer Park. And I wonder if it might be worth a conversation to explore the potential for a new project at the cemetery for walking trails. So they're only one partner, but as we know, they are experts in doing that as a nonprofit project in Cranbrook. So just wanted to put that out there. And then the third and final filter I'd like to mention in terms of the cemetery, and we've touched on it previously, is to think about the heritage value in our cemetery. And I wonder if there might be potential to look at some heritage related grants in terms of, the heritage sections of our cemetery. So I just think, we have a real opportunity to look at our cemetery, not as a silo, but as a multifaceted community asset. So just wanted to touch on that.
Go ahead, Tony.
And we're doing the RCP.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So as CAO Faircho commented, the purpose of this presentation is really to provide an overview of the how this project's gotten to this stage and the why we're considering this project in the first place, and then to, of course, answer any questions that you may have as well. So to provide a brief review of the project to date, in 2022 and 2023, Council allocated $635,000 to the design of the Cranbrook RCMP detachment, and staff have nearly used the entire budget to bring the plans up to about 80% tender ready. Back in May 2024, staff put forward a request to Council for an additional $150,000 from reserve to bring the budget design up to 90%. And that would provide a more accurate picture of construction costs, as well as a design that would be tender ready. And we do want to highlight that the additional $150,000 for design does not mean that the project itself was over budget. The design of an RCMP building, of course, is quite unique in addition to the routine process of designing a commercial building. We also have extra layers of RCMP approval and making sure that the building design is adherent to RCMP requirements. So regardless of whether the project moves ahead in the next year, in 2026, or in future years, there would be tremendous value in completing the plans to at least 90% so that they're there and available for future use. As Charlotte had also said, if we do not complete the design, we do risk losing our design team of architects, engineers, construction company, which will make it quite challenging to bring everybody back together to continue the design plans down the road. Oh, sorry, can you go back one? Great, thank you. Sorry. So the Cranbrook RCMP detachment is a municipal building. It was originally constructed in 1960. There was a small addition to the building in 1976, and then of course the retrofit to the RCMP cell block over 2 phases in 2011 and 2016. Other than that, the building has remained relatively untouched. The city hired an engineer in 2016 and 2022 to conduct building assessments. And the engineer's report showed a number of concerns with the building, which I will share in upcoming slides. In addition to the building assessment, the RCMP also conducted their own security or risk assessment, and that was done in 2023. And through that report, they identified 23 areas of risk specific to the design of the RCMP detachment. Some of those areas of risk are relatively easy to rectify, and some would require, would be a bigger project, which would be addressed through the renovation. So last fall, Tony had conducted a NAMS assessment, or National Asset Management Strategy Assessment. And this is one of the tools that the city uses to look at the condition of facilities. And the assessment incorporated the engineer and RCMP security review reports, as well as in-house knowledge of the building. The RCMP detachment scored 15 out of 18, which is poor. A higher score is a poorer score. And in December, through annual budget planning, December of last year, 3 options were presented to council, and of course, council had approved option 2. Okay, so the need for the modifications to the Cranbrook RCMP detachment does not stem from the desire to have a nice new building, but rather focuses around 3 main issues, which is the safety, accessibility, and space and function of the building. Some of the safety risks with the current building include asbestos, which has made it very challenging to even make minor modifications in the current building, because it's not as simple as removing a wall or even opening up a wall to, add data lines or wiring because of the asbestos. And, for example, we have loose tiles, floor tiles, which are a tripping hazard to staff. We've had to tape them down because, it would require major abatement in order to just replace those tiles. There are sprinkler lines in the basement, but there's no sprinkler lines upstairs where 95% of our staff work. And many of the rooms in the building do not have adequate fire rating. There's no fire separation as well upstairs into our secure records area. So if there were to be a fire at the detachment, obviously that could be quite catastrophic, considering we have 1 copy of the hard copy records of police files. The engineering report also identified issues with part of the roof, which includes that the roof joists are not suitable to carry the snow load, and that the roof steel deck is not suitable for the application as it cannot span the distance between roof joists. The building also does not comply with post-disaster structural requirements. And of course, as first responders, we want to make sure that the building is going to be functional in the event of an emergency so that first responders can provide service to the community. There are numerous building code deficiencies. And again, the 23 security risks, again, that I highlighted, unfortunately, I cannot share in detail due to the information being protected. But some of those security risks would require some building alteration in order for them to be addressed. And of course, while we've been extremely lucky to not have a security event, which would potentially cause injury to staff, we cannot ignore that the risks are there. We know that, according to WorkSafe BC, that managing risk in the workplace is around thinking of what might cause the harm and doing what we can to prevent that harm from occurring. At a detachment level, we have done everything that we possibly can to prevent and reduce that risk. And some of those risks, it's just simply nothing that we can do to prevent without those building alterations. And we do realize that these challenges are inherited by this council. And of course, we're bringing this to you at a very, very difficult time with budget discussions. The second issue that we've looked at is accessibility in the building. We have a variety of clients that we serve at Cranbrook RCMP Detachment, and unfortunately, the building is not accessible to everyone. The building has only stairs to the main entrance, which of course can be challenging for someone who has difficulty navigating stairs. And the building is not wheelchair accessible. We do have a stair chair at the back of the building, but that would require somebody to transfer out of their wheelchair into the stair chair, back into the wheelchair. And that would also require us to be bringing members of the public through secure areas of the building in order to serve them at our front counter. Our front counter window or wicket is quite high. It's just over 4 feet as well. And the microphone is of course even higher than that. So again, for somebody who was potentially at the front under 4 feet or who was in a wheelchair, that would require staff coming out of the secure area into the open foyer to provide that service. We also do not have barrier-free staff washrooms. So should we have a staff member with a mobility aid, we don't have the space for turning radius for them to be able to utilize staff washrooms. We do actually have an RCMP member due to injury requires a mobility aid, and we're trying to brainstorm how we can get that member into the building and down into the basement to their office where there actually is no stair chair down to the basement. So just the logistics of getting somebody into the building to work has been challenging. And then looking at space and function, the current design or layout of the building isn't functional simply because the layout is made up of several small offices. So it's very difficult for us to add in additional workspaces. And again, not easy for us to remove walls with asbestos, and some of the walls are load bearing. And when we do have space to add additional workspaces, we experience challenges with adding in additional data lines, running data lines to have functional workspaces and computers for everyone. And part of that is because the wiring is full of old lines from the 1970s when the OCC was in the building. We also know that the sound rating in the room is an issue inside of the building, and so that affects the confidentiality not only in our meeting room but also actually in our front public entrance, both for people who are reporting in and for staff working on the other side of that wall in office spaces into the open foyer. Next slide, please. Okay, a high-level overview of the engineering recommendations. So in 2022, the engineering report broke down a number of areas of concern into immediate, short-term, medium-term, and long-term needs. So under immediate recommendations is to repair cracked corners of the foundation wall and address the safety and security risks. Under short-term recommendations, address the roof deck, roof joists, and roof beams. The roof deck is severely corroded with obvious deflection. The profile is not suitable for current use, and roof joists are overstressed by 60%. That's deflected more than 2 times code allowable values. And some roof beams are overstressed by over 50%. Also, recommendation is to create fire separation to required rooms, to extend fire suppression to the full building. Currently, there's only fire suppression in the basement. To add dedicated ventilation to the exhibits and drug processing rooms. This is an area, a safety risk for us. And to replace gas piping on the roof that shows signs of corrosion, as well as provide oil separation system to the secure bay as required by plumbing code. Under the medium-term needs, which would be 1 to 3 years, is to replace the roof membrane, replace exterior windows, and to patch areas of the main slab, to fill unused cores of the main slab, and replace flooring through the upper and lower floors with resilient sheet flooring, replace public reception counter to make it barrier-free compliant, replace 5 rooftop units that are at end-of-life expectancy, to replace power distribution system, and to upgrade the current utility service. And again, this engineering report was conducted in 2022, so we're now 2 years beyond what they have recommended for immediate needs. Our current project status, so the design is at 80% tender ready and would require $150,000 to complete the design. The project has been delayed until 2026. And as Charlotte had mentioned, based on estimated construction escalation costs of 4.5%, the project cost has been updated to $10.4 million. The city's portion would be just over $8.4 million. We are still waiting approval from the RCMP, and should that approval come forward or not come forward, we would absolutely come back to council to have a discussion before the project were to move forward. So for recommendations, staff would like to put forward 2 recommendations. One, that council approve an additional design fund of $150,000, which would be funded from facility reserves. And if this funding to complete the design is not approved, the design will remain incomplete and really of little or no value to the city down the road. The second recommendation is that council approve the updated construction budget of $10.4 million funded from borrowing. And this project does address all of the engineering recommendations as well as the RCMP security risks identified through the report. Other considerations should the project not move ahead. The detachment renovation will not only extend the life of the building, but will also allow the RCMP to remain operational in the building for many years to come. If the detachment renovation was not to proceed, we would want to consider how do we address the engineering report, all of the building deficiencies, and how much will that cost? We don't know because that would require another quote. And of course, funds put in to acquire that quote. It's difficult to make repairs to the building, as Tony has previously mentioned, due to the asbestos. It's not as easy as sort of going one area to another. It's sort of like peeling an onion back. And if we do only address the building deficiencies, we're not necessarily extending the life of the building in terms of RCMP operating the building in years to come. So could possibly think of what does future planning look like. And finally, if the building renovation is postponed past 2026, we would expect additional increased inflationary costs, construction costs. So we're saying 4.5% this year, and we would expect the same each year that the project is carried forward. And thank you very much. That concludes this presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much, Amanda. Councillor Ray, Councillor Brissette.
Thank you, Mayor Price. Thanks very much for the presentation. So this question might be more for Tony. You know, when we're looking at the roof deck, roof joists and roof beams, that we've got roof joists that are overstressed by 60%, deflected more than 2 times the code of allowable values, some roof beams overstressed by 50%. What risks are we looking at there, Tony, if we had a significant snow load or a significant wind event or something like that? Just walk us through what the risks look like for a building that's in this kind of state. And this, I gather, is a report that's a year or 2 old. So presumably things have gotten worse. They will not have gotten better. So what are we looking at here in terms of worst case scenario?
Thank you, Councillor Ray, through the mayor. Well, first, all buildings built before 1980 don't meet current snow loads. But in this particular case, there's a large portion of the building that was built in the 1960s. And, you know, looking at it with the engineers, it was really not built to any, what they thought was an engineered standard, and used materials that weren't designed for its intended use. So, you know, you minimize the risk, you keep snow loads off the building. But in the particular part of the building where we're having to pull off the complete roof, put structural elements inside, I couldn't speak to the true risks, and I don't believe in an engineer would they're putting a 1 to 3 year we need to do this now scenario. So, that I think that sort of points to the risk and that they're not willing to, accept any risk of us delaying it 5 years. So if that explains it.
Yep, thank you. And a follow-up, if I may? Is that okay, Mayor Price, if I do a quick follow-up? Yep, thank you very much. So Charlotte, you touched on this, but maybe just to do a quick review. So far $635,000 has gone into the design plans, which are 80% tender ready. The additional 150,000 would get us to 100% tender ready, I presume?
It's my understanding that it would get us to, yes, 100% tender ready. But there would still be some, as the work progresses, there would be some completion design work needed. And I'll defer to Tony, but whatever the cost of that is would be rolled into the cost of the project. Part of the issue that we run into here is that the design is funded one way out of reserves. And so there's no sort of flexibility between the design and the project itself, whereas normally there would be, but because we're borrowing, which yes, Councillor Blissett will require an AAP, it's project design is one project and the construction is an entirely different matter, where normally there is some flexibility. So I'm just going to let Tony sort of complete my response to whether or not that 150 would complete the design.
Yeah, so just a quick correction when we're looking at the span of the design. So right now, if we're looking at the total span of the design, we say, we would say that we're at 60%. 60% means we could sort of have all the elements in place, know where the project's going. And then to bring it to tender, where we can put it out to the public, where they call it the 90%, goes out for costing or it goes out to be bid on, and there may be some change orders after that. So that's where we're wanting to get the project to, that 90%. We've basically dialed in the project other than change orders. It's as it should be.
And just one final follow-up. So $635 in already on the design, looking for $150,000 to make it usable. So if we were to stop right now, we've spent $635,000 and really wouldn't have something that's usable, right? And as Charlotte mentioned, and maybe Charlotte, you can just review that for us again, standard budget for design for a project of this size would have been 1.2 million?
Using Councillor Blissett through Mayor Price, relying on Tony's expertise of 12% for a $10 million building would have been 1.2%. And as Charlene has just highlighted to me, that $150,000 is the full cost. Of course, we cost share that with the RCMP.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the city would not be paying the full $150,000?
Yeah, right now the cost sharing percentage with the RCMP is 18%, 18 and change.
Thank you very much. I think that's a valuable clarification. So thank you so much.
Councillor Bissett?
Thank you. So going back through your presentation, Amanda, looking at, the immediate things that need to be done, you're saying we can't go ahead with any of those things until this design work is done? Am I correct on that?
So the design budget the $150,000 would complete the design of the full detachment renovation.
Right.
If council wished to proceed in another direction of addressing specifically what the deficiencies are in this engineering report, that would require a completely new quote through the construction company. So we don't have those costs at this time.
So when I see, so what you've got is engineering recommendations, immediate, short-term within 1 year, 1 to 3 years, none, and then long-term. We have to have all this design work before we can even repoint the building cracks. I can't see that.
No.
So I don't, I'm missing something in this. So can we proceed with any of these things here, as you've listed, like immediate and short term? We would, from my looking at it, I would think we could get on with that right now, but I can be wrong.
Thank you, Councillor Plissette through the mayor. You know, obviously, we can pick off small items like the corner cracks. But when, you know, you look at the next item down, you know, the web steel joist, the web steel joist. So, you know, we're getting into the structure and the roof having to come off. So there are some items you can address, but when you get into like especially into the 1 to 3 year scenario, we're getting into the skeleton. And there's no,
Okay.
you can't really address it without.
But we haven't done anything because of so after we've spent all that money on design and we still need a little bit more to finish it, but we haven't done anything to repair this building in the last while.
To my understanding, nothing on this list has been addressed.
Okay.
I mean, any work that's going to be done is going to be based on the design. We haven't completed the design yet. And real quick, you know, this council's got a difficult decision here, obviously, you know, and this is a bitter pill for a lot of people sitting here. So, you know, I mean, this isn't new. So it's not an inherited little thing that we got, and that's $10 million isn't a little thing. But if you look at the historic renovations over there or upgrades, I think we can say they've been piecemeal at best. I think the big decision we have to make here today is, are we going to continue to do things piecemeal? And I think that was a discussion last time we accepted option 2. Are we going to continue to do things piecemeal and 2.5 this year and then 2.5, and then all of a sudden the RP say, whoa, we can't even use those cells, or somebody dies over something happens there. And then, because there's liability associated with this. So, you know, this is a risk thing. If we want to continue to do piecemeal, I expect we'll be doing this the same as we have in the past, and sooner or later, you know, you either got to bite the bullet or just get used to putting 2.5 million, and those costs will go up year to year. And I think that's what Tony's brought to us is, hey, and it's our choice. Tony's just brought the information to us, Amanda, you know, related it to us, and continue past practice, which if you look in the city to date, the Memorial Arena, let's look at some of the situations, the Western Financial. Past practice, I personally, I don't think has served the city that well. So I think that's the big decision going forward here. I have Councillor Peabody, Councillor Stetsky, then Councillor Paula.
Thank you, Mayor. Amanda, I wonder if you can just explain how the cost sharing is determined. Like I was just Googling other RCMP detachments that either been built new, like North Cowichan, like the RCMP there funded 60% and the municipality funded 40. Why are we at 80 and 20 roughly?
Councillor Peabody through the mayor, that is a great question. The cost share is based on the number of provincial RCMP members in the building. So if provincial RCMP was to walk away from the building, the city would be required to fund 100%. So the municipal RCMP members that we have in the building, as well as city staff, do not count in that ratio or sort of sway the ratio. So that ratio of about 18% is based on the 11 provincial positions with the 1 public service employee. When the RCMP looks at the cost share numbers, they include our municipal staff in that. So it looks like we have a lot of municipal members and staff compared to a smaller amount of provincial members, and that's why we get that 18%.
Certainly.
So how would we change that ratio before we start this project?
It's Councillor Stetsky. Councillor Stetsky.
Yeah, thank you. So we seem to have a firm number of around 10.4 million, but we don't have a design yet. So how do those two relate? And when the design is completed, might we be looking at more or less money?
Thank you, Councillor Stetsky through the mayor. So there was an estimate done on the current design at 60%. And that, it was a professional estimate, and, you know, it takes into account all the, you know, that this is the design that we're going with. And, you know, there's not going to be a lot of change. So, so then now we bring it to the 90% to where we can put it out to market. But, you know, you know, with everything, estimating is a best, you know, it's a, you know, they're a professional, you know, a professional, let's call it a guess based on the knowns. They're just using historical values, square footage, and what's known in the project. And, you know, they do add a factor in there to minimize those risks. But, you know, there's things that change in the market, and, you know, it could come in more or less than what's expected.
So Tony, we've got a 25% contingency built into that, is that correct?
Yes, so this project,
Thank you. Councillor Papa.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Price. So I'm going back to December 2023, when we approved the near $10 million. And the discussion back then, to my recollection, was, and it's going to have to go out to the alternate approval process, the AAP. And then again, my memory was that, well, what do we need to get it out to the AAP? Because this could be controversial in the public and it may not get approved. So how much money do we need to put into this project to get it through to the AAP? And I think that's what we talked about earlier today. Can we get it out to the AAP now, or do we have to spend this additional $150,000 to get it out to the AAP? That's, I think, the question in my mind. We've already gone through the rationale why the project is important, but what do we need to do to get it to the AAP stage?
Councillor Popoff through the mayor, I'll take a stab at it, and Tony might want to add something. The risk with going out to AAP without a completed design is, as Tony said, it is, although professional, it is a best guess. So if we're going to go out to the public and we get the number wrong, and let's say we undershoot the number, because we didn't have a good design, then there's risk of where's the residual going to be funded from. That's just off the top of my head what I would say. Now, Tony might have some other comments as well. Yeah, and also, sorry. Yeah, so did you want to take that? That's okay. So Charlene's right. I mean, the AAP process, the borrowing process is, it's not a one and done. It's a long process, and there are a number of steps. So if the ministry doesn't like the level of work that's been done to come up with a design, they can turn the bylaw away. And they can say, they can deny us the right to go out to AAP. You know, I haven't seen that, but we've also not tried to go through with a 60% design before either. So I don't know what the risk is there.
So to me, I think that's the step we need to go forward on, is we've already passed the motion back in December 2023 to go through this borrowing process for all the reasons we've mentioned for the project. So is the $150,000 planning holding back getting the project going, which means it needs to be the process going through the AAP. So if we're not ready for the AAP, let's spend the $150,000 if that's what's necessary, so we can get it through to the public with as much detail as they need to understand the project, do the AAP process, and then it's back to council, back to staff to move forward. That's what I'm understanding. So if we, by policy or by bylaw or whatever, we need to spend further money to get it to the AAP, we do that. I guess that's what I'm understanding.
Councillor Popoff through Mayor Price, and Charlene, feel free to jump in here at any time. As we were just discussing, another big holdup, of course, is the RCMP approval for the project. That hasn't happened yet either. So should the RCMP say no, then the entire cost will be borne by the city if the city decides to proceed. And Charlene, I'm just going to kind of wing it here and you tell me what you think. But, you know, if we get in touch, if we reach out to the ministry and say, we have a design, 60% tender ready, so it's still pretty rough. Would you support an AAP process with that level of information? Yeah, and then maybe we would, I don't know, we'd have to talk to Tony, I guess, and decide whether or not, you know, what's the likelihood that 10.4 is the right number? And that includes 25% contingency. You know, do you want to bump it up to 12? Because if you're going out to the AAP process and you say, okay, we're going to borrow a maximum of 12, and there's quite a lot of risk with an RCMP building as well. You know, there's a reason there's a 25% contingency in that number, because RCMP detachments are expensive. Whether you're building a new one or renovating, we certainly know that from you know, the cell work that we've done, and any work we do over at the RCMP. But so maybe that's something we should do, is have that conversation with the ministry and say, this is what we have. There's concern at the council table whether or not an AAP would pass, and so certainly we can do that. The other issue is, if you don't spend the 150,000, you have an incomplete design. So what exactly are we going to do with that? Where is there any value in that money that's already been spent if the AAP fails and you haven't gone ahead and finished the design? So those are my comments. I don't know if
Tony has a comment.
You know, I just want to add one risk, and it's one that I experienced at the RCMP, is the the consulting team, the company went out of business. And we were left scrambling, hiring a new architect team, and you know, what does that cost? So, you know, not having something that's completed sitting there, that's a true real risk, and we've had to deal with it on the RCMP building.
Great comment, Tony. I'm going to get Councillor Graham, Councillor Ray, Councillor Bissett, Councillor Stites, but real quick, just today's process, Charlotte, we're not looking for any resolutions as part of the process today. That can wait till either Monday or fair.
Mayor Price, that's correct. No decisions are needed today. It's just for discussion, for information sharing. If at the end of the meeting we can try to reach out to the ministry this week, and see whether or not we can bring something back on Monday to the committee of the whole to further inform the process. Then on December the 11th, the project, the two pieces, the design and the construction project itself, would come forward for council, yes, deny, or defer. And I imagine it could end up being a defer. And then we would, you know, look at it again in January and perhaps have some more information in January. So
Thank you. So we'll hold resolutions off till December. Okay, so we've got Councillor Graham, then Councillor Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple questions and observations. With the AAP, we have to follow specific timelines to go out, correct? Like we just can't go, oh, on March, we're going to put it out. Like there's specific timelines. What is the timeline of the AAP and when we can apply, and how does that affect, like, is this another year onto it?
I believe you could go out for AAP anytime. It's the borrowing that's restricted to spring and fall. So anytime you want to go out to AAP.
Yeah, but first, there's just the steps, and there's timelines in between steps. So first, you have to go to council, do 3 readings of the loan authorization bylaw, then send it to the ministry, and it was 30 days for them to turn around, but they're longer now, so that could be up to like 2 months turnaround. And then you go out to AP, and then you have to send it back to the ministry. So it's just, yeah, it could be 6 months to do the AAP process.
Yeah, we typically say 6 to 8 months for the AAP process to be complete.
Yeah, for sure. And I just curious, around, you know, we're talking about, snow loads on the current roof. With where we're being told we're headed in climate change, why are snow loads increasing? I get it that, yeah, the snow is a bit wetter and heavier, but we're probably not gonna have snow in 5 years, so why are we ramping these things up? We should be looking at rain events and wind events, is what we should be looking at, so I'm curious to know, why are we ramping up snow loads?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Graham, through the mayor. You know, that those are, you know, engineering standards, and, you know, it's what they come with to us with. So, you know, maybe one of the building inspectors could speak to it, but, you know, I don't, you know, I don't have the answer for you.
Thank you, Tony. Councillor Ray, then Councillor Bissett.
Thank you, Mayor. I think one of the strengths of this council is that we have a focus on being data-driven and evidence-based. When I appreciate that we're trying to kind of be proactive and talking about going to AAP with the information we currently have, I have concerns about guessing, having a higher percentage of guessing when we go to AAP. I would prefer to have the strongest data possible so we can go to our citizens and say, to the best of our knowledge, this is what we are looking at. I am not comfortable going with a higher range of guessing and estimating. And as we touched on earlier, I do think it's important to break down for folks, you know, what the city will actually be paying and what the percentage the RCMP will be paying. So on $150,000, based on my phone's calculator, it's $123,000 to the city and $27,000 to the RCMP. So I'm wondering, for the $635,000 that we have already invested in the process, is that also broken down into 18% RCMP and the balance to the city?
Councillor Ray through Mayor Price. The portion of the money that was spent up to 2023 has been billed through to the RCMP and they've paid. And that, at the time, the cost sharing was higher. So it's cost shared based on the cost share ratio in play at the time that we invoice. So now there's some question now, because Amanda was just saying that they would participate only if the project is approved. So that, while that might be true, what's been invoiced so far, that has not been in question.
Okay, so thank you. A suggestion, I guess, maybe for our next meeting, when this comes forward, when we're looking for a decision, would be to do the specific breakdown of what's actually city paid and what's RCMP paid. I just think it's an important part of the conversation. I mean, it's significant funding still from the city, for sure. You know, if we could go back in time, maybe this wouldn't be the path that some folks would want to go down, but we are $635,000 into this path. To my mind, we're close to the finish line to having something that's truly usable in terms of design. So yeah, I think the breakdown of city versus RCMP costs would be helpful for the next time this comes to the table. And then I look forward to the discussions around the table when we're at that decision point.
Thank you. We got Councillor Bissett, Councillor Stetsky, and we're going to have to move on, guys.
So just for some clarification, I'm just going to go by my impressions from what has happened so far. When that vote was done on the additional 150,000, that's what the city was going to pay. That's what was told to us. And that's how the vote was done at that time. The next thing was, I thought I was waiting to hear about an AAP process. I didn't think after that meeting that we were stopping the entire process. I thought the next step was to go to AAP. And so I was personally anticipating that through the summer. And then that hasn't happened. So, and then I'm sitting here today and I'm getting the impression that we can't do anything. That basically that decision on the $150,000 stopped the entire process. And I'm not sure that that certainly wasn't my impression, but I believe that's what has happened. And I wonder if you could clarify that, because it sounds to me like staff, like, if you can't say no, it's not a question. It's a command. And so staff said no to an additional $150,000, and that seems to have ended the process. And I'm not sure that was the intent at the time. It's, at least that's not my memory of it. If you could explain that, please.
Councillor Lissette through Mayor Price. Without question, there was mass confusion after the defeat of the 150 in May. There was uncertainty about what the next steps were, as I recall it. In the meantime, what's also happened is an application to the RCMP for cost sharing or for covering costs related to municipal staff supporting the provincial and the provincial members. So council was involved in those discussions, and there was applications sent through to the RCMP asking to start that process, looking at us recovering some of the municipal staff costs that where we were supporting provincial members. That dragged up all this review at the RCMP about, quite frankly, whether or not provincial RCMP members were going to remain in our detachment. Was that a good use of money? Because they have other locations throughout the city that they potentially could use. And I'll let Barry and Amanda maybe put a finer point on some of those things. So that then, and at the same time, the RCMP was supposed to be evaluating the project, but because they weren't even sure that they were going to be in the building, then they did the assessment of whether or not to stay in the building was even on their radar, was what they wanted to do. And then once they decide that, then they would decide on the project. So that's part of the reason why the delay at the RCMP level is because we asked for money to reimburse us for municipal staff time that supported provincial members. And they went, whoa, wait a minute, we need to look at that. And then before we can reconvene to decide about your project, we need to decide that, and then we can look at your project again. So all of that has happened over the summer. And like I said, for sure, there was confusion from staff after the May 6th meeting about where exactly was the project going. So if Amanda or Barry or Tony or Mark.
If I could, Charlotte, so correct me if I'm wrong, but just to be really sort of basic on the response is we still don't have, and we don't know when we're going to get the RCMP approval for spending.
Thank you very
And
much.
until we get that, we can't get AAP, so we don't have a timeline for that.
So correct, so that is what is holding things up, not the $150,000.
No. So even if council said today, get the money, we still can't go to AAP because we don't know if the RCMP is funding their part yet.
Yeah.
So we've been waiting for that part. And what Charlotte was explaining is what created some issues in there. It's the percentages, created a lot of review on their end. But long story short is until we get that approval from their side, we can't go to the AP.
Correct. So I appreciate that information. I like the straight information on that. And then once we get that approval, then we can look at going to AAP. Okay, whether or not we need the $150,000 or not at that time.
Okay, so at the end of the day, real quick here is, we're talking about $125,000. I think that, as Mark said, there's moving targets still. we're not making that decision today. There's some things regardless are going to be outside of our control, what the RCMP are doing, but so the 125, we have to decide if we're going to spend $125,000. And we want to decide if we don't, will the RCMP accept a design that's incomplete? Will the province on our request to go to AAP accept a design that's incomplete? And will our lender accept the design that is incomplete? I think that's the bottom line. That's what we got to look at. And so that's the risk you're going to take whether we invest 125 or not. Fair? Mark?
Mayor Price, just to be clear, like breaking this into a few different chunks is that there is the question on the table about finishing the design or not.
Yeah.
But the other question being, when can we, or why didn't we go to AP? That was the other answer. And the other questions, we got to keep those two things separate.
Councillor Stetsky, we'll move on.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to come back to the design for a minute. So if council approves the 125,000, the design is completed, goes to AAP and it's turned down by our citizens, are you saying that there's no value in that design, or can we then move ahead sort of looking at priority pieces over a series of years to complete it? I hate to think it's a one and done in terms of usefulness of the design.
I will defer that to Director Hitu.
Thank you, Councillor Stetsky through the mayor. You know, I think if we do not move forward with this design, we're essentially going back to the drawing board and trying to figure out how do we deal with these building issues and minimize the cost. And we don't know where that, you know, where that would end up, you know. We're going to be we have the building assessment report. We would reassess it and what's our minimum, and you know, then we would have to come back with another cost, and then we would end up with the same building.
Thank you, Tony. Charlotte, and we're about 2 groups behind here, so we'll have to pick it up and get a little focused. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. So we're going to move on to the next group. Thank you, Amanda and Tony and Barry.
Thank you, good.
And up next is Mike Matika. He's joining us virtually to walk us through the Engineering and Development Services and IPD.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Are we going to be starting on page 41 there of the package, Charlotte?
Yes, please, Mike.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, I'll be as quick as I can here, just with respect to everybody's time. So we'll go through engineering development services, capital projects, special projects here. We're going to not speak to any of the fleet equipment in there, as that's going to be part of what Public Works is addressing. So through our special projects identified there, we have the liquid waste management plan. This is something that's been brought forward to council on a couple of occasions. Just having a more holistic plan that will help with long-term management, long-term funding, and long-term certainty to all of our sewer, sanitary sewer, and storm sewer operations and capital. We have an annual allocation for downtown revitalization and beautification. And we have the new project here that council approved for grant funding for the wayfinding and signage plan that was recognized in the tourism master plan and also part of the downtown revitalization plan. And that's what we have there. We do have a couple projects that were eliminated there as well, that you can see, the by-lot meter vehicle and the parking meter coin machine. And moving on to the next page, we have the remainder in 2026 of the liquid waste management plan. And again, the annual allocation for the downtown revitalization and beautification. 2027, again, that annual allocation for downtown. Moving on to 2028, we have Street traffic lights, the signalization of Baker Street and 14th Avenue. That's that 75,000 allocation is for the design work and some of the studies to make sure that the capital project in the future year is designed for properly, and ideally give us some opportunities to seek funding alternatives or funding opportunities. And then again in 2028, the annual allocation for downtown revitalization. In 2029, there's the major project that I alluded to, the signalization of Baker Street and 14th Avenue. And then we'll move on to page 47, and that is much of the capital projects that are currently sit under the infrastructure planning and delivery division. I believe in future years we're going to be combining these all under one department just to make things simpler. I won't get into detail on the annual allotments. Those are just the annual allotments for our capital works program in the road, water, and sewer. For the water project IPD 36, we do have the UV disinfection project. That is the project that the city was successful in getting grant funding for. And that is currently in the process of doing some pre-validation work for eventual procurement of a contractor. For sewer, we have the annual allotment. We have the wastewater treatment upgrades. That is some of the grant funding that we currently do have in place to complete the work down at the sewage lagoons. Spray irrigation outfall repairs. Those are major repairs related to some erosion and some major risk issues at the outfall of the spray irrigation facility that goes into the Kootenay River. IPD 59, this is the desludging project for cells 2 and cells 3 of the lagoon. Ideally, those are going to be combined with the grant funding that we do have in place to do some of the other work that's referred to in the IPD 55 project, as much of the work does involve having to remove some of the diffusers and items that do need to be replaced in that project. So just synergies and savings to be had there. This is probably one project to highlight for the special project is the Phillips Supply Trunk Condition Assessment for $500,000. This is to do a condition assessment of the high press concrete single supply line that comes from the Phillips Reservoir to the city. It may have been something that council were aware of the major failure that happened in Calgary this year. That is the exact same type of pipe. That failure is estimated to cost the city of Calgary tens of millions of dollars. This supply line that we have isn't quite of the same magnitude, but the risks are very similar, and the best practices and the technology that's being used in North America is to send a specialized pipe diver and condition assessment equipment down the pipeline to analyze any potential failures of the reinforcing steel cables that hold that pipe together. And it tells us if they're ready to fail and burst, which would allow us to proactively do repairs. As I mentioned, that's a single source of water supply to the city, and a major failure would cause a large portion of the city to have no water, no fire flow, and the damage and the risk that can happen are really significant. And that will inform a future project that will come up in later years as far as twinning or replacement of that supply line. And moving on to the next page, we have our road program annual allotment, storm sewer annual allotment, and then IPD 49. That is a DCC project looking to construct a currently missing section of road at 14th Avenue and 16th, should say, yeah, 14th Avenue to 16th Avenue at 11th Street South. That is under review, and that may be pushed out or likely pushed out or eliminated as we're currently doing the DCC bylaw update. So that is unlikely to happen at that time. However, since we don't have the new DCC bylaw and list of projects passed in front of council, we can't remove it from the budget at this time, but we are not, we don't intend on going forward with it as a priority project at all at this time. We have our annual allotment for water main replacement. Then we have the water trunk main between PRV 1 and 9th Street South. This is an old steel section of water main near Idlewild Park, a major supply line that has experienced some failure recently, does have some issues with trespassing around private property, and is a critical item for replacement. And then we have the PRV upgrades at that station there in that location, and that is just essentially due to the age and condition of that pressure reducing station, which is a primary feeder into the community. We have the sewer main annual allotment. Special project there in 2026 is the Phillips Reservoir Dam Safety Review, $150,000. That is a mandated review through provincial dam safety regulations, and that just has to occur I believe every 5 years, just due to the severity rating and the classification rating of the Phillips Dam. Moving on to 2027, we have the annual allotments. We do have a specific project in there showing the 30th Avenue North storm replacement. That is currently an undersized main that has experienced some issues. We're going to look at this in a little bit more detail just to understand the timing of that in conjunction with potential development in that area to save costs and minimize impacts. And that may potentially change the timing of that project in the future, or push it out, or look at combining it with some development to save money. Street and traffic lights, Kootenai Street North and 6th Street traffic signalization, and the Ridgeview Road signalization. Both of those projects are going to require some close communication and work with the Ministry of Transportation, as it does impact some of the highway traffic. And again, we would be looking at confirming that this year with some other studies, just confirming the timing of it and making sure that they are critical elements, or if we can defer that. So we do have some a little bit of analysis working on those at this point in time. For water, we have the annual allotment, and then the big item in there is the twinning of the supply line for $7 million. That scope and magnitude and the timing of that work will be greatly informed by that condition assessment that we do have in the budget this year. In a perfect world, we'll see that everything's working well, and that's maybe something that we can defer or do in sections. But for the most part, it's in there at this point in time, just based on our current assumptions with the age and lifespan remaining of that supply line. Sewer, we have our annual allotment, and then IPD 52, this is the DCC project, the Balmont Park Sanitary Sewer. This is all related to the Victoria Avenue sewer trunk line, which we have seen some capacity issues in the past. We've recently done an updated study on that, reaffirming that we do have some capacity issues. So we're going to be taking that study and looking at the DCC bylaw and potentially rejigging some of these, the timing and prioritization of getting that, just to make sure that we can continue to allow for the growth and development needs that we do want to see in that area. We have the water master plan update. We've pushed that ahead a couple years, as we feel the work that was done a few years ago is still quite valid and is getting some incremental updates. So we don't want to have to crack that open at all. And once we get done some of the current projects, we'll understand whether or not, or when that master plan may need to be updated. Capital projects, we have our annual allotments in there for roads, water, and sewer. And then we have in sewer IPD 19, transfer pipeline upgrade. That's an existing section of pipeline that goes from our sewage lagoons out to the spray irrigation field. It is aged, and it is experiencing some capacity issues. That project is a few years out, so we're hoping that we have the ability, potentially through some of the works that we're going to be looking at doing, by reducing inflow and infiltration, or reducing water consumption, thus lowering some sewer volumes, that we could potentially defer or move that project out if we can reduce some of our sewer inflow. And then the sanitary sewer there, that's similar to the other project from the previous year along that Victoria Avenue sewer trunk main. And it is a DCC project and would be reviewed as a part of the current DCC bylaw upgrades. 2029, again, we have the capital allotments. And then in water, we have the big item in there is the water treatment plant. That is something that is continuing to be pushed out into year 5. Part of the reason that we do need that in there is related to the deferral for the actual treatment. So what we're doing right now is still working with the province to have a filtration deferral. The grant-funded UV project is a big part of that, but as a part of that deferral requirement, it looks like they're going to continue to require us to have it in our long-term budget to still have the treatment plant in place. But it is something that we're hoping not to action as we get the UV project done and continue with some of our other water quality monitoring and water quality operational objectives. See where we have our annual allotment there. And then you can see at the bottom, there's currently an unfunded project, spray irrigation header relining. So that's one of the main lines out at our spray irrigation site that transmits the treated effluent out to the pivots. It's currently unfunded. We're seeing it out at year in 2029. Our plan is to take a look at that and recognize if it is a critical project, then we may have to look at funding it within the existing annual capital allotment or looking at other funding mechanisms to get it in place as it is a priority and it is experiencing more regular failures. And I believe that that concludes the engineering and development services items.
Thank you very much, Mike. Very informative. Councillor Ray.
Thank you, Mayor Price. So I was just wondering about the planned traffic lights at Baker Street and 14th Ave South. So that's right by Mount Baker Secondary School. Yep.
Correct.
So I just wanted to touch base on the rationale for that. It's there's been, I think, a good chunk of community feedback that the new 4-way stop just down the block is actually working quite well. Some people are finding it's working better than the previous lights. So I'm just wondering, is the rationale for those traffic lights at that Mount Baker intersection primarily around student traffic across 14th Ave South because it holds up traffic? I'm seeing nodding heads. You know, I think as per our recent experience with the traffic lights we took out just down the block there on 14th Ave South, I'm wondering, it seems like a lot of money to spend, to be honest, for a problem of having, I mean, the students need to cross the road, but for having the students cross the road morning, noon hour, and after school. So it's 3 times a day, only on school days. I wonder if maybe we should, are there any other alternate strategies we could use rather than an $825,000 traffic light there? Just because I think we've learned a bit from experience that maybe in the past people thought, oh yeah, we should put a traffic light there, but it really actually wasn't like necessary, we found. So looking forward to your thoughts on that.
Yeah, Councillor Ray through the mayor, that is a great question. And I know we do see a few signalization projects in the budget. Those were informed by specific traffic studies that were done at those intersections, and the traffic studies do incorporate traffic count information, and you know, from an engineering perspective, the intersections are failing. What we're looking at doing, and this is something that that process is actually happening as a part of this budget review, is understanding what is the consequence of those failures, because we do understand we only have so many dollars and we need to risk manage things. So we actually will be undertaking a little bit of an additional assessment of each one of these intersections, understanding what happens if it fails. If it simply delays traffic or delays people from getting one place to another, then the consequence of that failure is inconvenience. If the failure does cause significant safety issues or such traffic disruption that we are going to see safety issues or more significant consequences, then that will inform us having to go forward with it. So I think that is great, great question. It does imply that there's also certain timeframes or certain behavioral issues that can maybe be addressed or mitigated. So I think we exactly want to take that more proactive approach to understanding the timing of doing things rather than just relying on a standard that's applied from an engineering perspective.
Thank you, Mike. Councillor Graham.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just curious about how does Gold Creek Dam fit into this and projections and money moving forward? I know it's a carry forward. It's down in the carry forward for 24, but where does it really fit? Like, we haven't funded anything, we haven't borrowed anything. So what happens when we have to go borrow the money for it because we're not going to get the funding? How are we going to deal with that in 25 or 26? Where does that go?
Councillor Graham, through the mayor, we are meeting on that topic actually next week as we're continuing to look at grant funding opportunities. We do currently have 2 grant applications in place. We're continuing to try to work with higher levels of government and our consulting team to build a really strong business case to have external funding come in place. And there's perhaps other grant opportunities becoming available either this fall or in the spring. So we're risk managing. We've done some risk management repairs on site in the last few weeks, hoping to do our best to keep the structure in a safe and usable format until we can exhaust in a reasonable manner our best efforts to get grant funding for that project. If those efforts aren't realized, then we'll have to come forward to council and start to discuss needing to make a decision for us to move forward and have the city look at undertaking funding mechanisms for it. So my guess is if we are unsuccessful with obtaining enough grant funding to move forward with the project in the coming months, that for the 2026 budget discussions, we would be incorporating discussions about borrowing or funding mechanisms for that dam.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
Yeah, so just supplemental to that, I feel that we're missing that part in the budget. Then it's a carry forward. Like, so I'm looking at it as a carry forward. I'm looking at in 26, we're going to be hit with that if we don't get the funding. Like, to me, there's no plan in the budget for that. So like, I think we need to be very cognizant of that, because it will increase in 26 because we haven't taxed or done anything for it in 24. So I'm just curious to know, like, how do we prepare for that now when it's not in there for 26? And what is our, like, you say a couple months or maybe 6 months, but you know, since we've been talking about the dam, like, I feel like we've been informed that it is in a dire state. So how are we going to handle that, and how do we truly get this reflected in here? So when we have discussions in December, that number's in there. If we don't get grants, like, we still have to work around that. Am I missing something here?
I believe it is still in the budget as a carry forward project. So it is something that does need to be funded. I'm not sure if Charlotte can speak to what the funding sources are shown in the budget, if it is shown to be assumed as a grant funded project, or if it is assumed to be a city funded project.
Councillor Graham through Mayor Price. Yes, it is still in the budget, and yes, it is shown as a carry forward. We appreciate your comments and agree that probably would have been one of those. It would have been a project that we should have been reflecting in the not as a carry forward, but as a 2025 project, given the status of it. So I can't remember if it's shown as funded from grants or borrowing right now. I'm sorry, I can't remember that off the top of my head, but or a blend thereof. So we can bring that back, the details on that. It is definitely still in the budget. There's still plans to deal with it. It's just shown as a carry forward and would have been better reflected as a probably as a 2025 project.
So just for clarification then, so it will not affect the tax rate then? It's already factored in of our tax rate? That's what I'm trying to drill down to. Is it factored into our tax rate already because it's a carry forward?
It's a water project, so it doesn't affect the general tax. It will affect water. Frontage tax.
Thank you for that clarification, Charlotte. Yeah, okay. Thanks very much, Mike. Oh, sorry, I apologize, Norma. Councillor Brissette.
Thank
Jane?
you. So further to that, when we were talking about the possibility of water metering, I think one of the benefits of that was to help with decrease some of the costs on some of our water projects. And I'm not sure, anyways, I'm not seeing in this anything on water metering. I know we haven't approved anything, but how does that factor in here?
Councillor Blissett through the mayor. We are in the process right now of procuring the water meter provider and the technology supplier. And then at that point in time, we will be coming, we're going to work with them, and then we're going to be coming forward to council with some options for an implementation plan. We are moving forward with preparing bylaws and documents and standards for implementing watering metering in all new builds. But really to see the benefits of water metering, we would have to look at ways to fund and implement more of a universal metering program, which does cost significant amount of money. There's not a lot of grant funding for it, but in order to realize the benefits, we would need to hit the number of users. And then even if we were to find mechanisms and funding to implement a universal metering program, we'd have to look at the time frame, whether that's something that stays in, and then how quickly would the implementation of that metering plan affect the consumer or the user such that we could project savings or ability to defer projects. So because it's undefined and because we don't have funding and a time plan in place for universal metering, we would not be able to at this point in time project what impacts that would have on future capital projects.
So you're not including that in our budgeting process, is what I'm understanding from that. So we had a report on this. I'm just saying this to CAO Fortune. We had a report on this over a year ago. And I think that it was a very clear recommendation on how to move ahead. So we're ignoring that report and we're just continuing on with business as usual. And that's been a decision made by staff, not by council.
So Mayor Price through, well, not quite. So Mayor Price through to Councilor Brissett, the concept is we are getting that work done now in order to understand those costs and timelines. So then once we have that and we bring that plan to council, then that goes into the budget. So that's the work that.
Okay, so that would be an amendment to this budget because you're not including this in
Yeah.
this anywhere in this forecast.
That's correct. And it's because that information does not exist yet. So council gave us the approval to work on it. We're creating the plan now, as the director just talked about. And once that we have that information from the plan, we can then begin inserting it in through the multiple years and with the right amount of dollars. So it is underway. It's just not showing up in the capital program yet.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, we're moving on. Fire and Emergency Services. Welcome, Scotty.
Yes, Mayor and Council. Happy to be here this afternoon. Hoping I can save you a little bit of time. I'm going to treat this paper like it's on fire. So for 2025 in our to 2029 in our capital projects, you'll see continuously page to pages that there's a lot of assumptions that there's grants available for wildfire mitigation projects. Those are in there at $200,000 a year projected. We don't know what the actual values are going to be. So I'm not going to touch on each year. They're similar projects that we've brought year to year. Treatment of city-owned lands, prescribed burning on those same lands, and then retreatment in perpetuity. In 2025, one item to note at the bottom of the page for eliminated projects was the dry vehicle storage. We've been talking about it for quite a few years. We were at a design phase this year, and when the costing of the project came out, it didn't seem reasonable despite my need for storage up at the fire hall, is it didn't seem reasonable to continue with that project. At the same time, we're talking about a new fire station as well. And so the price of a new building was so high that I didn't think we were gonna get over that hill, and adjusting the budget for next year's construction. And so myself and Tony at Public Works, we've been working really, really hard on dealing with the interim storage needs that we have at the fire hall, and we're just doing our best to try and get there. So we did remove that $100,000 a year, and I'm not asking to increase it by fourfold. So that was one of the ones that's missing from the budget in 2025. In 2026, there is only capital for wildfire mitigation projects, and we've pushed the design of a satellite fire station out into 2027. So that continues to sit at $200,000, but with respect to some of the conversations that I heard earlier today, is 10% of a $10 million project should be more like $1 million. But we are simply looking at the design and the new fire hall conversation as a placeholder in the budget. And those, as we get closer to those and we work with partners, potential partners, locations and timelines, is those numbers will be buttoned up and more accurate. Please interrupt me and ask questions as we go from year to year. You can just hold your questions to the end. I'm good with both. And so in 2028, again, it's just wildfire mitigation, and then the satellite fire station and the equipment's been moved to 2029, and that is the big number we see in the last year of the 5-year annual plan. Like I said before, staff are working on conversations with respect to where, when, and with whom we may partner with on that project. And we're just looking for the best opportunity to address the fire service needs of the community. And we have not decided exactly when that's going to be, but we don't want it to fall off the radar for the community. And we don't have a 10-year budget yet. With respect to carry forward projects, as Tony said earlier, I'm also experiencing those supply chain issues. So I do have a number that are being carried forward, but they are all other than the water tank replacement and the fire hall mechanical room access. They're all are worth carrying forward or in the process of being completed. So if you have any questions.
Yeah, we'll start with Councillor Ray.
Thank you, Mayor Price. Thank you very much for the report. Just a quick refresher on the satellite fire station. Was one of we'd had discussions about, is the current fire station central enough? And I thought, refresh me on the report.
The report indicates that the current fire hall is not central with respect to the industry standards for response times, especially when we start to consider the potential build out to the north of the city. So all of those multifamily, multi-story complexes that may be coming up in the industrial park, Theater Road area, Ecofield, and anything out towards Shadow Mountain in that direction, those are challenging for the fire service.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that refresher. And I'm very glad to hear that we're exploring options in terms of potential partners. I think
Absolutely.
that is wise on many fronts.
Yes.
So Scotty, in effect, then that's not a satellite fire hall, it's a new fire
Correct.
station.
Yeah, there's been discussions, really high preliminary discussions at the staff level about repurposing the current fire hall that we're in. And there are other departments in the city that probably would benefit from that as they grow as well as the city's growing. And so if we were to move into a centralized fire hall, is that my goal right now is to make that a single fire station in the city, more centrally located, and then repurpose the one that was renovated just over a decade ago.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Yeah, thank you. My quick question is, I don't know if you'll be able to answer it, or maybe if it's more of a Charlotte question, is because of we're seeing that growth, is there a way to, and I know the government's looking at different things, is there a way that fire halls can be built under a DCC program? And if they can, then maybe we need to look at identifying that as part of that. Just curious if anyone knows that answer.
Councillor Graham, through Mayor Price, yes, there is, the DCC program has opened up for fire halls. The details of it, I would prefer not to speak to, and perhaps Curtis can bring something back either on the 11th or on Monday, if council would like.
Just add to that, Curtis also brought that up with myself earlier in the year, and I'm certainly not qualified to speak to DCCs.
You good? That's great, yep. Further- Okay, thanks very much, Scotty. Good report.
So we're a little bit behind, and I think we should have a break, stretch break. Maybe let's say quick one, 10 minutes max, and then we'll hear from Trevor. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Charlotte.
Good to go, Mayor Price. Thank you. So up next is Trevor Thors with the Rec and Culture capital projects.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council. Today, I bring you the Rec and Culture capital budgets. Starting in 2025, we have the Memorial Arena spectator stands heaters. That's just an end-of-life replacement, do an assessment on them and fix and move forward as necessary. We do have a greenhouse gas study going on in the city right now, so that will also have some implications on whether these stay as natural gas or move to electric. The Western Financial Emergency Generator replacement. This is a life cycle replacement. It's a 25-year-old generator that will need to be removed on and possibly sell the asset, sell the old asset when we replace it to a new one. And then the lighting components at Western Financial Place. This is just continual process with the initial lighting upgrade that happened starting in 2020. And replacing the aquatic flow and tamper switches, just a life cycle replacement. And moving on to 2026. So if you have any questions along the way, feel free to ask. Otherwise, we can chat at the end. The Kinsman Arena metal cladding siding, that is just another life cycle replacement assessment. We do have some leaks. You'll see further on in here that we have the roof being replaced as well. But that is generally what we're doing. The Aquatic Center tile work, change rooms and pool deck. So this is a carry forward from 2024 with the bringing in the aquatic columns, the repair of the columns. So 6 of them have been repaired and the remaining 17 will be repaired in 2025. And then we can do the arena deck as well. So keeping all these projects the same so that we're not making it new, tearing it up, and then replacing it again. The Western Financial Place elevator upgrades. This is another end of life. It's 25-year-old elevator. Seen its good days and its bad days, and that'll just be a new replacement. The IFAS walls. So we're moving that to 2026 with the study being done in 2025. This will allow us to get the best bang for our buck and redesign the exterior of Western Financial Place and deal with all of the landscaping issues at the same time. And a new addition here you'll see is the aquatic pump room hoist system. So currently our aquatic pump room is 3 floors and these pumps weigh hundreds of pounds. And in order to get them from the main floor down to the pump room or the HVAC equipment from the main floor up, we don't do anything it's safe, but it could be safer. And that's what this aquatic hoist system will do for us. In the end, it'll be bigger, better, and safer for everybody. Here you see the aquatic center, or pardon me, the curling center roof. That we'll end up doing another assessment in 2025 to ensure that 2026 is the correct year to do this in. The 2024 dollar amount is in there, estimated as $700,000 for 2026. So if it doesn't get replaced in 26, it may go up a little bit if it's 27 or 28. And then a couple of these projects under $20,000, the Kinsman Arena exhaust fan. That's just another life cycle replacement with adding some louvers on to help control the humidification in there. And the Western Financial Place sanitary storm pump replacements, that's just life cycle as well. 2027, we've got the Idlewild Outdoor Fitness Park and Obstacle Course. So this is a carry forward. It is grant funded as well as I believe it's going to be in the new DCC bylaw. You'll see the same with the Pop Price Park, Southview Park, and Baker Park are all listed in there as DCC initiatives. And those will all be adjusted when the DCC bylaw is updated. The dehumidification system at Western Financial Place. So this is a bigger project. We're looking at an assessment that looks at our secondary coolant, our dehumidification, as well as the high velocity air in the arena that we get complaints about, and the air conditioning on Air Handler 3, which looks after all the administration offices, is run off of the main cooling compressors at Western Financial Place. So in the summertime, when the ice is not in, the compressors still run to provide air conditioning for all the administration spaces. So this study here is set at $400,000 for study and work, but this could become a bigger project as it comes along, and it just needs to be unfolded because it's multiple issues that are there from design, from the get-go, that need to be addressed, and it's not an emergency at this point, but it is going to become one. Replacing the hot tub sand filters and the main pool sand filters, that's just life cycle replacement. The replacement of the ice resurfacer, so Zambonis have an 8 to 10 year life cycle. So it's just scheduled with our 3 Zambonis that we use currently. This is just a replacement of that. And same with the Arena Ice Edger, just a life cycle replacement. Moving on to 2028, you'll see the Moyer Ballpark lights and bleachers. That's been a project that's been pushed out, as well as you'll see below that is the ball field expansion design. And in 2029, you'll see there's the ballpark construction. So this is a placeholder project for moving the ball fields from the Kinsman Quads to Moyer Park. So it's a bigger picture discussion. And so it's a placeholder in there. I think the design is something that needs to happen because it'll be part of what council ends up determining the future at the Kinsman Quads. Western Financial Place lower floor sports flooring. So this is a line item that was in the budget about 5 years ago and has been pushed forward. So it's at that point where it's going to be needing to be replaced in 2028. Washroom fixtures updated and replaced. This was added last year. This is to bring all of the fixtures to touchless at Western Financial Place. End of life cycle as well. A lot of those sinks and toilets are in age, 25 years. And the Western Financial Place HVAC #1 replacement. This was a placeholder put in last year for $1 million. HVAC 1 is handles all of the air for the aquatic center. So the intake side of it is the one that takes in the air from the pool. So it is caustic air. Has a lot of chloramines and whatnot. And this is damaging the metal structure. So that portion will need to be replaced. We'll have to do an assessment to see how much of the unit has to be replaced. The bigger problem with that is it's big and it doesn't fit through a door. So it's going to have to go out the wall or out the roof, and the new one's going to have to go out the wall or in the wall or in the roof. So it is a big discussion on how we're going to get this done. And the Kinsman Clock Arena is a carry forward. So just figuring out what is best for the Kinsman and determining if a single clock is the best solution, if a double clock is a better solution. It just comes down to a bigger picture discussion about the future of the Kinsman Arena. And 2029. So the Moyer Park ball field construction, you'll see a placeholder there. New items that are added, Kinsman roof repairs. So this is a metal roof at the Kinsman Arena. We do have some leaks happening right now. So by 2029 or whatnot, it's going to need a full replacement. Memorial North roof replacement. Life cycle, it needs to be replaced. No leaks yet, but we're going to get there. Memorial condenser replacement, life cycle replacement on that system. And the Memorial dressing room flooring, it's in pretty rough shape. We're repairing and patching as needed. The Aquatic Center filter room refurbish. So every time we go into the filter room where the big sand filters sit, and we have to replace a union or a joint, and you start touching these pipes, the pipes are brittle and they break. So you keep replacing parts and pieces until you find a solid pipe again. It's just a caustic environment. So it would be, 25 years old, just repiping that room so that we do eliminate all of these extra repairs that happen when we're trying to do a repair. Heated chemical storage. So we currently store both our chemical and acid, our chlorine and acid inside the pool filter room. It's limited to how much room we have, so it's limited to how much stock we can bring in. The biggest cost of bringing in these chemicals is the shipping cost. The more we could bring in, the cheaper it would be. We can't put too much storage inside the room because it's so small. And these two chemicals do not play nice together. So you do have to keep them as far away from each other as possible. So having an outdoor heated chemical storage would be very beneficial, and it's a lot safer. WFP condenser tank life cycle assessment. It's at that age where it needs to be replaced. So doing an assessment, putting a placeholder in here. Western Financial Place, parking lot lighting, life cycle assessment, replacement. We've been replacing the LED units up there as they break. It's just becoming more and more frequent. There's a truck in there as part of Tony's fleet plan. And then this Memorial Arena score clock is, it's due for a replacement. They do have 10-year life cycles on these components. And that's everything for capital. And there's some carry forwards, but you guys have seen those. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Councilor Graham.
Thank you. Just a couple things. With that hoist system, I thought in your job description it said you'd lift 300 pounds and pack it up 3 stories. Did I miss that, Mark, when we? So when you're looking at the first one there with the spectator heaters, I assume you'll do a cost analysis between gas and electric as well. We'll see what is cheaper, and that's what we'll go with.
Mayor Price through to Councilor Graham. Absolutely correct. We currently only use the south side of the memorial when the tournaments are bigger. Typically, everybody sits on the north side of the memorial, if that's correct. So we've been scavenging parts from the south side and moving them to the north side. But in the end, yes, there will be an assessment done and find out if it's gas, electric, if there's rebates, if we convert from gas to electric, that kind of stuff.
Okay. And then my other question is around the Idlewild Park outdoor fitness area obstacle course. Who originally put that in?
Mayor Price through to Councilor Graham. I believe that was a predecessor or two before me.
Like who built the park? Like I just wondering did the city build that?
Yeah, firefighters in the city.
Did the city pay for it? I'm just wondering.
No, I think it was all fundraised. Firefighters did the fundraising.
So I'm curious to know why we're not doing fundraising for this versus putting it in as a DCC project and spending our money. I think again, like Rotary Park, this one here as well should be pulled and we fundraise and go back to the groups that put it in and maybe they want to take it on. I know the firefighters put that dock in there to rebuild that. Maybe this is another little project that they want to do for Idlewild. I would be looking at those roads before I'm going for a DCC project and spending our money on them.
If I could offer a suggestion there, maybe we could approach the RDEK. They've expressed an interest, if they can't, make, the financial commitment this year in terms of dollars, this could be a project that they more than likely undertake. They've invested in Area United well in the past. So yeah, I think you could probably take that one off the books for that one as well, yeah. Councillor Blissett, then Councillor Papa.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about, when I see that fitness park, it reminds me of the fitness park that is outside of Western Financial Place for seniors. So what's happening with that? Because there was some talk about equipment and I mean, and whether it's being used or not. So is that part of the Parks and Rec master plan or what's happening with that?
Mayor Price through to Councillor Bissett. So the Seniors Fitness Park at West Financial Place was a carry forward from 2024 to 2025 based on a rich grant for that replacement. Currently, Public Works Park Department is removing the equipment as it's deemed unsafe and unrepairable. So you will very soon see diminishing pieces. It might be something where it's completely removed if there's only a couple of pieces left. But I do believe there is some use of it. Unfortunately, it's beyond its lifespan right now.
A lot of children enjoy it a little bit when they're playing in the playground. But anyways, I was just wondering about it, and it just brings the question as to what is the plan for Idlewild Park as well, and who the users are, and you know, the need for that too.
Councillor Popoff.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So back to Idlewild Park. I agree, let's take it off our books if someone wants to fund it. And it doesn't have to be a fitness park and obstacle course. There might be other options for it, like maybe a BMX track for kids and old kids to play on instead. The Zamboni, is there any resale value of our old Zambonis? Do they just go to scrap or can we sell them?
Mayor Price, Councillor Popoff. So our fourth Zamboni that the city does own is currently sitting at Public Works lot. And at its age, the value is minimal.
So like there is a resale municipal government site. Can we put it on the site and see if someone wants it?
Definitely.
There might be another smaller community or volunteer group that might have value for something like that and want to take it off our hands. Thanks.
Councillor Beebot, and then Councillor Ray.
Thank you, Mayor. Two quick things. 2026, we have the Aquatic Center tile work for the change rooms, pools, and deck. Are they failing? Like I haven't seen too much damage to that tile work. Like the posts, yes, but the floor seems to be in relatively good shape.
Mayor Price through to Councillor Peabody. The tile work is it's a kind of a hidden issue. So right now, they pop off. We do lose them, both on the curbs, like as well as the base and in the pool. And when one pops off, it creates this domino effect because the mastic is just giving away. So it is beyond its lifespan. We can't repair or replace because as soon as we touch them, I don't even know what a good analogy is, but you touch one and 4 break.
Okay.
You touch 4 and 12 break. So in order to get ahead of it, we've got to take them all out. And if we did get to some that were still secured to the ground, it would be a mismatched jungle of tiling.
So there's some big issues happening. And then just touching, Councillor Graham was talking about whether or not it's more cost effective to switch to electric versus gas for the heating system, which made me think about the planters around Western Financial Place and how we're not doing the best job keeping those well landscaped. If we are looking into electric, should we also maybe be looking into like solar panels to replace the gardens, if that might be a better option for that space?
Yeah, thank you very much on that, Trevor. And as far as the pop-offs, we can sort of relate to some of the issues there as we have our own pop off here. So, yeah, I'll go with Councillor Ray now.
Thank you. I thought I read, but now I can't find it, so maybe I didn't read it. Was there something in here about what I was thinking was the Kinsman Water Park? But now I can't find it, so maybe I imagined that. Am I saying the spray park up by the college? Maybe I imagined that.
No, Mayor Price, City Councilor Ray, I believe that would have showed up in the Public Works
Very good.
schedule, not in Rec and Culture.
That's where I saw it. Okay. Wasn't totally losing it, but in the wrong space. Good, very good. When we're talking about new Zambonis, are we looking at electric Zambonis as an option? And again, if there might be any incentives to go that way?
Mayor Price through to Councilor Ray. Definitely, the last purchase of the Zamboni was done prior to me getting into town, but I was told that they did a battery electric comparison. And obviously we will do that again when we do have to purchase again.
Sounds good. Hopefully the prices continue to come down on those. I know over in Trail on their Zamboni, they have a seat where fans can ride. So I'm not sure if they customized that and what the risk mitigation is on that, but that'd be awesome if we could get a seat on our Zamboni.
Hey, Trevor, I have just a question, maybe a comment on the Hot Price Park where 2025, the washrooms, trails and landscaping. Just in light of the, recent happenings with the Tudor House, the city may end up acquiring that property a year down the road, and that may impact what we do if we end up doing a project in there. What we're going to do at Pop Price. I wonder if we shouldn't roll that out to 2027 or something like that. Rather than do the project in 2025 and then we decide to undertake a major project at the Tudor House that may include part of Pop Price. So, just food for thought. Councilor Ray.
I apologize. I got so excited about the Trail Zamboni having a seat that I forgot an item. So for the Southview Park project, I believe that's a project where we had interest from local residents about assisting with fundraising. So I just wanted to raise that again, does that ring a bell to you? So yeah, I thought we had some Keene residents. That's up at the top of 14th, right? That's the park. Yeah, it sounded like there's residents who are keen to contribute and do some fundraising. So just wanted to flag that, and that I don't know if those folks would be keen to have that project happen sooner, and sounded like they were excited to put some time and energy into that. And as we've referenced in talking about other nonprofit groups, the city of Cranbrook is a qualified donee. So if people make donations to projects, the city can provide charitable tax receipts. So I know that involves involves admin time, but just might be a tool that maybe we have the potential to use more actively for some of these projects where we have community interest and where part of the city's contribution could be to accept charitable donations and provide receipts.
Thank you. Okay, thanks very much, Trevor. Sorry, Councillor Blissett.
Thank you. I was just wondering, we've talked in the past about sort of the uncertainty of the future of Kinsman Arena. And I'm just wondering when we are going to make a decision on that. Is that the plan for this year that's going to come to council with some proposals, or what's going to go on?
Mark, maybe answer that one. Yeah.
So Mayor Price through to Councillor Blissett, I guess in response to that is that was one of many of the things that we put out to public consultation. So today, the consultant will present the results of the public consultation. That item was covered. So there is some responses there on that. But then as we move forward into looking at our budgets and whatnot through December into the new year, we'll get into more detailed conversations around that. But right now, it's currently status quo as we talked about, today is about receiving that information. So, certainly plans can change.
So public consultation is good to help inform decisions here, but we need to make a decision on that. We've talked about it for a while, and whether it's maintaining status quo or changing the use is something that needs to, I think, come to this table, because I think it would be political. And with staff recommendations on that, and certainly the public consultation would be part of that package.
So further to that, I guess what I just say is that, we did sort of look at what would the savings be in terms of couching it for that conversation. But if council had an appetite in looking at making that change, we would talk about what are the steps involved in that in terms of, reallocation of ice time, public consultation, all of those sorts of things, and then decide on that. Like today is just, like I say, we're just introducing material, and that project is far enough out that we're ahead. And similar, I was just going to mention to Mayor Price as well, in regards to Price Park, we intentionally moved that from 2025 out into the future for exactly the reasons you just described. So I think we pushed it to 27, something like that.
Great, thank you. Everybody's good? Okay, thanks very much, Trevor. Next up, we have Human Resources. Peter, the floor is yours.
Mayor and Council, before Peter begins his presentation, I just wanted to remind Council about the history of the corporate training account. So that account was introduced a few years ago under Peter's predecessor, and it is funded from a surplus. And I did allude to this in my opening comments. So it doesn't have a identified funding source other than surplus. And over time, what evolved was an idea that council would consider funding up to 185. So whatever was left unspent in the prior year would be carried forward, and then council would consider funding the difference between the carry forward and the 185. So normally what we would do is we would be looking at not 2024 surplus, because of course we don't know what that is yet. We would be looking at 2023 surplus. And there wouldn't have been enough. There wasn't enough 2023 surplus to consider Peter's request. So from our perspective, it is unfunded, but Peter will walk you through his plans for the project. And then if there is agreement from council to do the additional funding, I do believe Peter will have some carry forward into 2025. So it wouldn't be the full 150 that's shown in your slides or in your schedules for 2025, but I just don't yet have a funding source for this. So the idea is that Peter will walk you through his plans, and then we can have discussions on the 11th, and then again in January, because it's unlikely I'll have the information for you in December, what kind of surplus or other funding source I might have. So that's just a bit of a background on that, and I'll turn it over to Peter.
Thank you, Charlotte. I hope not to have to, I'll not spend more. Yeah. I hope to have some money left. First of all, I just wanted to thank our corporate officer for helping me set up this presentation. She said to keep it simple and to the point, so I'll do that. So she gave me 3 items to talk about. First of all, what is it? This is education, training, coaching, and mentoring programs for our employees. Then I'll go to slide 2. Why is it important? I think you all have a paper copy in front of you. I thought a visual would be nice. It's essential to continually develop our supervisors and employees to ensure that they perform at the highest levels. This strategic investment fosters a sense of safety and confidence among our workforce. It will enable them to enhance their competencies and leadership capabilities within the complexities of our knowledge-based organization. So I'm just going to skip right to what will it achieve and follow the advice of my corporate officer to keep it simple and straight to the point. What will it achieve? If you could go to the next slide. It's going to flatten the curve of our skyrocketing annual WorkSafe premiums. It's really as simple as that. If we develop the competencies of our supervisors and our employees, they're going to perform at a higher level. They're going to perform at a safer level. And we're going to have less claims, which is going to result in less premiums. With that, I conclude my presentation.
Councillor Blissett.
Thank you. If you could put that graph back up there for a minute. So when did we, like, I mean, it'd be nice if that was so, right? That's our goal.
That's correct.
And I would love that to be true, but we have been doing training for a while and it's through that escalating curve. So I'm not sure. I do think, though, that as climate change hits in full force, there's going to be a lot of stress on local government because we are the people that people go to. And our managers need to be up to that. And more, you know, we see people are reactionary, people are blaming local government when, say, water quality is negatively impacted by forest fires or other things that we have. And so we do need to help our staff to manage themselves in that environment. And so we do need to do something, but I'm not sure that the training we've been doing is doing that. So I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I'm just thinking that the future is going to be tougher, and it's going to be tougher for leadership at the city because they're going to face more and more criticism. These are, you know, the work environment is changing. You see, even with the postal workers being on strike, and that it's going to be harder for these perceived to be highly paid, unionized jobs in the public eye. They're going to be expected to do more, and they're going to be criticized. So we need to help with that situation, and I don't know what that is, but I would love the bottom graph to be true on, you know what I mean, but I'm not confident right now. Anyways, it's all we can do, but we do need to look at training on sort of how to manage hostile people, because we're going to have that. We can't just have it that everything has to be done online so that we don't interact with the public. We do have to interact with the public, and they're going to be, they could be angry at us a lot.
Great comments. Let's go with Councillor Pop-Up, then Councillor Graham, then Councillor Stensky.
Thank you, Mayor Price. So I support professional development workforce training. My question is, does WorkSafe BC recognize, do we submit, do we notify BC, WorkSafe BC that we are doing this workforce professional development? And is that a metric that they use to then reduce our premiums? Does it actually cause effect?
The cause and effect is essentially they have a base rate and they have our experience rating, which is based on the number of claims that we submit to WorkSafe BC.
So it's on claims, but when if we say to WorkSafe BC that we've sent 12 of our senior staff to various professional development training courses, is that a metric that they use to then assess our rates and reduce our rates? So it's not just the claims, but if we're doing professional development, do they recognize that and reduce our rates?
Mayor Price through Councillor Popov. I'm going to have to double check that. I'm not entirely sure.
Thank you,
Mhm.
because that would be value if they're
Yes.
actually using those as metrics to reduce our premiums. Thank you.
Mark, I think has a response for that.
Yeah, maybe just Mayor Price through to Councillor Popoff, just on regards to the premiums, on the purest sense, they're based on a 3-year average. So even if we have an improvement this year, it's still the 3-year averages that result in the past 3 years give us this current rating. And so, we do engage WCB and we also have engaged that safety organization in terms of doing those audits and improving our practices. And we do work with the WCB officers to ensure that they know that. But the dollars, like what that does is gets us out of a realm called the focus firm where they actually kind of put the hammer on us. We're not that bad and we're getting better. And so these programs that we've put in last year, we did quite a number of those. And so I've asked that exact same question. That's the only reason I'm saying this, because I thought maybe if we showed WCB all the work that we were doing, and so it is appreciated and recognized, but the dollars are based simply on math. Yeah.
Thank you, Mark. Councillor Graham.
Yeah, thank you. And just looking at that graph, is it possible to get a breakout of our premium increase that is actually driven by wages? Because it's based on wages, and then what is actually claims? Because our wages have gone up over these years as well. So it'd be interesting to see what that graph looks like on a wage increase and a claims increase. Is that possible?
That is possible, yes.
Thank you.
No, thank you. I got Councillor Stancy, Councillor Ray. A good point, Councillor Graham.
Yeah, thank you. So the premiums jumped from $500,000 in 2022 to $1 million 2 years later in 2024. So what is behind that increase in claims? Is it mental health issues or like we need to focus the training on what the problem is, right?
In those particular years, my best guess estimate is those were the COVID years, and there was a lot of people were going through a lot of mental and physical distress, and that may have contributed significantly to the uptick of our claims and therefore our premiums.
Councillor Ray.
Thank you, Mayor Price. I think, it's taken us some time to get to the place of this escalation, and it's going to take some time for us to de-escalate. And I'm sure we all recognize that. If we had a magic wand and we could just do it instantly, we absolutely would. So, based on your graph, it looks like we're projecting holding the line for 2025, and then it's in 2026 where our plan is to see that decrease. Maybe when you bring this back, as we move through our budget process, if we think about return on investment for the annual budget ask, I'm comparing 2026 with the investment versus 2026 without. So that's a difference of about $280,000. The next year, 2027, it's a difference with that investment saving about $700,000. The following year, saving about $1 million. The following year, saving about $1.7 million. So I think to break that out the next time this comes forward, and that our aim is to achieve that return on investment. And so I certainly see the value there based on those numbers.
Mayor Price through Councillor Ray, I could do that for you.
Yeah, that's another great point. Councillor Peabody.
Try again. Thank you, Mayor. I wonder if it's possible too to get a report on how the training has been received by our staff and directors. Because it's one thing to approve it, but it's another thing that if it's actually being appreciated or if it's just adding stress and workload to our staff.
Mayor Price through Councillor Peabody, I could get that information for you.
Councillor Graham.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess one final thing, I just wanted to double check, I'm pretty sure it is, that this is for the whole corporation, like this is RCMP fire, everything falls under this umbrella. And then you then see what departments are going on utilizing this or going off on leave. Are you targeting those departments with extra training so we can deal with that? Or is this just a blanket, everybody gets training? Or is there actually like, okay, this is an issue over here, we're focusing on that to drive these rates down?
Mayor Price through Councillor Graham. Yes, it'll be much more intelligent of us to do use these funds strategically so that we can get the best bang for our buck and get that return on investment, such as Councillor Ray mentioned earlier.
I got a couple questions, Peter, just to related to the last question. Do these refer to the RCMP claims as well? Because the RCMP at one time, before they were unionized, I didn't think they got WCB. I thought they got the regular pay and that it was all handled through their program. So you can get back to me if you haven't got the answer.
I don't have the answer. I'll get back to you.
Because I thought there was standalone there and that they actually did not receive WorkSafe benefits. And the second thing is, I'm seeing these trends in WorkSafe. Do you have similar trends with our short-term and long-term claims? Because we're paying those as well at the end of the day. I mean, you know.
I'll have to get back to you on that, Mayor Price.
Yeah, there's no panic. I'm just curious because I would almost bet that we got a similar pattern, you know, with the short-term and long-term there. Okay, thank you. Great report, Peter. Anything further, guys?
May I ask, may I address Councillor Blissette's comments earlier about getting the, not sure if our training is working or not? And one thing, because I think a few of us have an advanced degrees in education here. And one of the things that a lot of us get confused on is training is simply not going to a classroom session. And now, oh, I got this knowledge, I'm going to be able to apply it. That's probably only 10% of the training. And I think that's where this investment will be strategically used more for coaching and mentoring and constant follow-ups with our staff. Are we applying what we learned? Why? Why not? How can we help you more? And sometimes hand-holding, because some of the stuff is actually very difficult. It's easy to learn and it looks easy on paper. Well, yeah, be more team-oriented, but it's difficult to practice and having the hard conversations. It takes a lot of courage, and we have great people at the organization. They just need some experience, and if we take care of them, they're going to take care of our business. That's the kind of people and character we have in the organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Next up, we got corporate services and information technology.
All right, for the first item, corporate services, it's the $50,000 contribution from reserves, and that goes towards the social development coordinator. So as council recalls, we discussed with the RD, the fact that a lot of the homelessness issue in Cranbrook results in the fact that we're a service center for the Kootenays, and a lot of the folks that come here to receive mental health services or social supports, going to court, all these things from the small communities around Cranbrook end up staying in Cranbrook and end up as part of our homeless population. And so the regional district gave a 3-year contribution at $85,000 per year, and council provided $50,000 for the remainder in order to have that role completed. And just to remind council how fast time goes, it was a 3-year commitment, and this will be the last year of 3 years. So next year, we're going to have to decide what we want to do there. But as council's more than well aware of some of the results and success we've had in that role, with the concept being there are government agencies that deliver services in Cranbrook regarding homelessness and the impacts of homelessness in the community. There are nonprofit organizations of many shapes and forms in the community, and everybody delivers their programs and services based on their mandate or their contract with with the province. But there is nobody that looks at the outcome or the results of all of those programs in Cranbrook and the resulting homelessness or impacts on the ground. And that's our eyes and ears as the city. And then the concept was the role takes a look at that and then brings back that material to council for advocacy. So I guess the best example I could use that would be easy to remember was the observation about the fact that elderly senior ladies are ending up on the berm behind McDonald's, and why was that happening? And then once we measured and looked at 30% of the population in the travel lodge, that's the rental hotel for homelessness, was simply low-income seniors, which then allowed council to advocate with BC Housing for more seniors housing for low-income seniors in Cranbrook, which then, was a long timeline to build something. So in the interim, looking at the Lazy Bear Lodge for that renovation for some low-income seniors housing. So that's one aspect. Council saw that role working with the Mayor's Task Force on Homelessness and all the outreach in the community around all of the various programs we have, everything from the situation table onwards. So I can't get into all of the details. Council is aware of all of those programs, but it's a $50,000 contribution. This is the final year of 3 years. Like I said, next year, we're going to have a much bigger conversation, both with the regional district and with council, on what's our go-forward plan, because homelessness certainly is continuing to be a problem in Cranbrook and all around the world. So.
Councillor Stutzky.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I'm the council representative to the Cranbrook Social Planning Committee, and there isn't virtually a meeting that goes by where the social agencies in Cranbrook don't talk about how important it is for the city to have this position in actually moving important aspects forward. So lots of support there, certainly in the community.
Thank you for that, Wayne. Councillor Graham.
Yeah, thank you. And I think you highlighted a couple key things that show the complete failure of BC Housing. And that is the fact that the city was the one that had to identify the seniors and identify what was happening in the travel lodge. And it just shocks me that province and outreach workers wouldn't do that, and it falls on our shoulders. So I think it's something we have to be cognizant of. And I'm looking forward to a report coming back after this 3-year to see where it goes and the strides that we've made in the community, and how we continue to find improvements.
Thank you. We look at IT now.
Absolutely. No, thank you, Mayor and Council. For 2025 through 2029, IT is focusing on business continuity and lifecycle management of all our core gateways and hyperconverged server infrastructures. This will help ensure the city's compliance with some of the business continuity regulations coming through from the province, as well as ensure sustaining critical city operations and acceptable levels of service delivery. In the package, you will notice some projects are spread across multiple years. This is to help mitigate upfront costs and extending the hardware lifespan to the minimum acceptable timelines. Without going through a line-by-line item, I would like to draw your attention to 2027. I think that's where we've got a significant amount there with $200,000. This is to replace the hyperconverged server infrastructure that was put in 2022. It's usually recommended every 4 years, but we're extending it by 1 more year just to increase the lifespan. I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Peabody.
Thank you, Mayor. Leon, in some of the staff comments from the survey, it looks like there's different programs that the city has that might overlap what their capabilities are. I don't know if you've noticed this, like there's just one comment made that like there's one program that can do like 3 things, but they have like 3 different programs to do each one of those things. Is it I don't know if you've seen this or.
For some, yes, and we are working to collaborate with other departments to sort of consolidate these systems. And we've done so with a lot of other systems already. Some of them we've owned them, but they fell in other areas. But we are working together to consolidate those, so we have a single pane of glass for most of our systems.
Great. No, it's just something that I hope that you're aware of and working on. It sounds like you are. Thank you.
Councilor Graham.
Yeah, thank you. Just in relation to what you talked about with pushing that one project back to 27. I know there are some things that we can run with binder twine and haywire, and I think IT isn't one of them. So I just want to make sure that we aren't setting ourselves up to be in another situation where we're handwriting checks for 2 months because we get hacked or something like that. So I think we need to be cognizant of that and just making sure that that is a good move to push projects back in IT.
Well noted. Thank you.
Yeah, I would echo that as well. Certainly, we've come a long way. And I really believe that certainly staff, I think, and council's confidence, in our systems now, we're at a really good level. We're comfortable, we're confident in what we've got. So thank you for your department. And I think in the past, it's nobody's fault in the past, reluctant to bring budget items forward. That was a concern for a number of years here. There's certain things that can't be compromised. IT is one of them. So thank you. You've done a great job.
I'll just maybe add thank you to council for the support for IT, because since I've been here, I've seen council to give a tremendous amount of support to changing our systems. But in the last 4 years, a lot has changed. And I can tell you now, maybe when we get into the December meetings, you can show a demo of, like he can show you live the attempts on our system, live, as they're going on from all around the world. It would just blow you away how much our system is being attacked all day, every day, all night, every night. It's unbelievable. The world is much different than it was. We would simply not survive the way we used to be set up, and we're going to continue to have to get stronger and harder there. So thanks to council for that support.
Great point, Mark. Thank you.
And I echo those sentiments as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Leon. And now we're going into finance.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So in 2025, we have one project, and it is $50,000 for the redesign of the front end. We've had a number of events at the front dealing with clients and really situations considered quite unsafe for our staff. So we have back and forth a bit about what to do, and certainly glass floor to ceiling or counter to ceiling has been discussed. We're definitely replacing the little pony wall door with a full door. And then there are considerations for elevating staff so that staff are not, so that staff are eye to eye with the public. A bit of a bigger project because we can't achieve all new replacement of everything up front, which would be all the furniture because it's all Legoed together. So we couldn't achieve that for $50,000. So whether we end up achieving the elevation or not, we're not sure. Maybe it's some new furniture that would help staff. Most of the staff have desks they can raise, but they're not ergonomically well suited to deal with a customer because the counter that the customer is at doesn't raise. It's the workstation that raises. So staff would be like this if they were to deal with a customer from the raised desk. So a few issues for sure. And there is a bigger project hovering in the background, but we just haven't triggered on that because it would be pretty massive, huge work disruption, and that would include creating some additional workstations and getting rid of some of the cubicle areas we have in the center to arrange things more efficiently in there. So certainly our primary focus has been that front counter area with the door and the glass, and whether or not the glass gets raised, because now staff is saying, I'm not sure that we want that because it will then prevent airflow as well. We count on that front door to to create airflow. We get a lot of exhaust into that office space when things are running outside in the wintertime. So and in the summer. So we count on being able to air it out and if there's a blockage. So in any event, it is that funding is intended to protect that front end staff. Some additional cameras with volume. We've spent a lot of time with Mal from the RCMP. She's done an assessment of the work area from a safety perspective. And so there's been a lot of work already done, but it was more sweat equity work. And now we're at a point where now we're looking at some infrastructure, primarily the door. The door is a primary issue, that little pony wall. So that's for 2025. And then in 2027, we are considering the financial statement development software in our current budgeting software. That is in there for $30,000. It's a module already in our budget software with PSD, which is the same project, which is actually the same vendor that engineering has landed on for their development software. So having the financial statement development software in a format like this would eliminate the use of Excel spreadsheets, and it would allow for more rapid deployment of interim financial statements or interim financial reporting through to council, rather than us having to pick up all that information manually or export it out of some other platform into Excel and manipulate it. So those are our projects.
Thank you, Charlotte.
If there are any
Council?
questions.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I think that Kelly has put out some food, and that is what would be next on our agenda, is a bit of a meal break. And then we'll go into the review, Mark's presentation of the public consultation report.
So we're about a half an hour behind. I think we could probably limit the break to 15 minutes and sort of catch up a little bit, and we can even snack a bit. So we'll carry on here. The next item on the agenda is presentation from Cale Lewis from Discovery Research to review the Cranbrook Citizen Survey Budget 2025 results. Welcome to the meeting, Cale. The floor is yours. Can you hear me, Cale?
Dale speaking. I can't hear you.
Can hear you now. Okay.
Oh, now I can hear you. Yeah, no,
There we go.
okay. Sorry about that. Hello.
Hi, Cale. I gave your introduction already, so the floor is yours. You're good to go.
Okay, right on. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. We'll just share my screen here. How's that?
That's better.
You can see the
Yep.
presentation.
Yeah, you got your full screen now.
Okay, great. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Council, and thank you to the City of Cranbrook for giving Discovery Research the opportunity to complete this research on your behalf. We decided to complete a randomized mail survey such that every residence in Cranbrook had an equal opportunity for being chosen for the research. We ended up with mailing out 1,600 randomly chosen residents, and within that package we had a letter from the mayor which included an optional QR code which would take respondents to an equivalent survey online in case they wanted to use their phone instead of the paper and pencil version. In the end, we ended up with 409 completed surveys returned to our office or completed online. And any statistics generated from a sample of 409 is going to be accurate within plus or minus 4.9% at the 95% confidence level, which means that if we repeated the research over again, randomly choosing 1,600 other residents, we'd end up with the same statistics 19 times out of 20 within that range, within plus or minus 4.9%. The results were weighted so that the final results or that we present are equivalent to the population according to the 2021 census, broken down by age. So that ensures that the results are representative of the actual age population breakdown for Cranbrook. The first part of the questionnaire, we were asking residents to rate their satisfaction, just their overall satisfaction with the different services or some of the different services provided by the City of Cranbrook. As you can see from this graph, the vast majority of people were very satisfied with these items of service provided by the City of Cranbrook. The top rated was fire protection, with a total of 99% of respondents being satisfied with their fire protection. And then you've got airport, city trails, street lighting, community and cultural recreational events, city playgrounds, city parks, garbage and recycle collection, all receiving satisfaction ratings over 90%. Generally, people are very satisfied or somewhat satisfied with those areas of service. And then we just continue on to the next page. Still, people are satisfied with police services, downtown parking, public transit, tourism promotion. Public washrooms received a rating of 77% satisfied. And then it proceeds down until we get into some areas where there's people are either they have less satisfaction. Development services got a rating of 55% satisfied, 19% very satisfied, 36% somewhat satisfied. Road maintenance, 8% were very satisfied with road maintenance, and 43% were somewhat satisfied, giving it a total satisfaction of 51%. Bylaws and enforcement, and then we listed off some of the items in that group: noise, animal control, unsightly premises, nuance, homeless encampments. That got a total satisfaction rating of 35%, 11% very satisfied, and 24% somewhat satisfied. I think bylaw really took a hit in that rating simply because of the mention of homeless encampments, which turns out, as we'll see, is the homelessness is the main issue that people are focused on. So next question, if the City of Cranbrook were forced to reduce spending, which city services or city service or services could be reduced or eliminated? 17% of respondents couldn't come up with an answer for this, so they said no response, or they didn't provide a response. 13% indicated that there could be a reduction or an elimination in some sort of recreation, cultural, or music events. 10% indicated that there's some sort of reduction in municipal administrative expenses. 9% indicated perhaps reducing service costs associated with city parks, trails, green spaces, and public restrooms. Just going on to the next one. In your opinion, what is the single most important issue facing the City of Cranbrook that you feel should receive the greatest attention from local leaders? So this is not dissimilar to a lot of the citizen surveys that we do across BC. Homelessness, crime and safety is the #1 concern all across BC in almost all communities, and has been growing for the past at least 10 years. So this is not surprising that the #1 issue that is that people think is what Cranbrook should focus its most attention on is homelessness, and 40% gave that as the #1 issue. 15% said road and sidewalk maintenance. Development, growth, and infrastructure was provided by 9%, and also 9% need more housing, affordable housing, which is somewhat related to the first one as well: homelessness, crime, and safety. Compared to 5 years ago, how do you feel your quality of life in Cranbrook has changed? So 59% indicated that compared to 5 years ago, that the quality of life in Cranbrook has changed, worsened in the past 5 years. 25%, or 1 in 4, said it stayed the same, and 8% indicated that the quality of life has improved. When asked why has it worsened, the number one reason was because of homelessness and the negative aspects of things associated with homelessness. In the past 3 years, significant inflation / rising costs has been an issue for Cranbrook residents, Canadians, and people in many countries. These cost increases impact many of the city's operating and project costs. Has inflation affected your household's purchasing power in the past 3 years? So the majority, or 2 out of 3 respondents, indicated that yes, inflation has affected their purchasing power a lot. 66% indicated that. 27% said yes, it's affected purchasing power. 27% said a little, yes, a little, and then 6% said not really, and only 1% said not at all. So 93% of the people have been affected by the inflation and the rising costs. Next, we move on to options for tax increases. Would you support a tax increase of 8.59% for 2025 to maintain existing levels of service provided by the city of Cranbrook? Only 1/3 said yes, they would support that. So 33% said that they would support that 8.59% increase. The city is working to lower. The city is working to lower tax increases by reducing costs and increasing non-tax revenues. In preparation for the 2025 budget, the city requires a municipal tax increase of 8.59% in order to provide the same services as it did in 2024. In planning for the 2025 budget, council is considering reductions in services or increases in fees to develop a city budget with a maximum tax increase of 5%. Do you feel a 5% tax increase is a reasonable goal for city council to work towards? So 55% indicated they were okay with a 5% tax increase. And to that effect as well, there was also 15% who indicated that they felt 5% is not enough of an increase. So between those two, 55% and 15%, you're talking about 70% who are okay with the 5% or slightly more increase for the following year. 30% indicated that a 5% increase is too much. So, and then next, because there's still some money to make it so that everybody is accepting of it, then City Council has identified some areas to save money below. Please identify your level of agreement with these potential measures. So the city came up with 10 measures to potentially save some money on the budget, presented those different measures to the respondents, and the 3 most popular options that were given were, first of all, the most popular 2 were both receiving about 87% agreement, whether it be strongly agree or just agree. The first one was move to a 2-tier system for the cost of recreation with all city facilities. Everyone pays the higher amount unless they can prove they live within the city limits of Cranbrook. That was the most popular, as well as lease, sell, or rent underutilized city-owned land, lease vacant city lands. One-time income for sold property, and ongoing revenue for lease or rented lands variable. So those were the 2 most popular methods to save money, and that was followed by eliminate the interest paid on property tax prepayments. Residents were paid interest on their tax prepayments from the time of payment until tax due date. So in that case, the city would save approximately 160,000 per year. There's other options that were also, on the agreement side. They didn't disagree with it, but they weren't as popular as the top three. And those were move ice use out of Kingsman Arena to WFP and Memorial Arena's ice for Kingsman facility to be dry floor only, add indoor dry floor uses through winter. That was supported by 66%. Eliminate the 5% discount for residents if they pay their utilities for the year. And that was supported by 61%. And then the following 5 were a little less supported. First of all, this one, adjust the hours of operation of the Aquatic Center, opening 8 a.m. and closing from noon to 3 p.m. weekdays. That was supported by 61%. Reduce the grants to nonprofit agencies by 50%. And that was supported by 53%. And then the last 3 were less popular. Reduce summer park maintenance, reduce funding for sidewalk maintenance, and pause the annual increase of the 1% dedicated road tax. All those were less than 50% supported. So that's the end of the presentation. Is there any questions?
Excuse me. Start with Councillor Graham.
Yeah, thank you for that. I have a few questions, if I might, Mr. Mayor. One is with the return that we got from the survey. You said about 25%-ish, right around there. Is that about average? Is that about a normal amount of return from?
It's a good return. We will generally, depending on the topic of the survey, that this particular survey topic was well received, and in conjunction with our randomly chosen mail survey, you guys also run a survey that any citizens could have responded to, and that was also well responded to as well. 25%, yes, that is a good response rate.
Okay, and then my question is on slide 6. Just if the city were forced to reduce spending, so you said like 13% of respondents said recreation culture, but like that's only 13%. So that means that, like, how am I quantifying that? Does that mean that that 87% don't want that done? Like I'm just wondering how I quantify those numbers.
That particular question has got a base of 409, so that's based on all respondents. And we're asking all respondents if they were forced to reduce spending. Now, this was an open-ended question. So they came up with these answer choices on their own, and then we coded them based on their answer choices. So yeah, 13% of the 409 people that responded gave some sort of indication that they would be okay with recreation, cultural, or music event cuts in spending.
Okay, yeah, because I'm just looking at that and like, there's nothing there that is like that's low in my opinion. Like if they're wanting to cut a service, you'd think you'd see like 80% of people wanting to cut a service. So based on these responses, none of these I would cut because there's not enough of a response there. Unless I'm reading it wrong. I'm just trying to rationalize that.
You're reading it right.
Okay.
There wasn't a definitive one that everybody jumped on. I get a sense from this question that it's difficult for people to come up with something to reduce or eliminate.
Mark has a comment on that.
And just maybe further to that, Cale, we took a lot of time on our end to find places to consider services to cut that residents were responding to. And then in addition to that, so the bulk of the answers were focused on those things that we presented with some quantifiable numbers. And then after that, we left some open-ended questions just to make sure if people had stuff to come up with, that's what that is. So that 13% that were focused on rec, and the rest of those answers were kind of like the remnants after the main vote, I guess is a better way of putting it.
Okay.
Councillor Stetsky.
Yeah, thank you. So I read through all of the comments, whether it was through the formal survey or the informal survey. And there were lots of comments about not closing Kinsman to winter hockey. And trying to figure out how to sort of rationalize that with what you got out of the survey, which was seemed to be fairly high support for potentially closing it. Part of that, I think, if we do go in that direction, the city is definitely going to have to explain to the hockey parents and kids in the community that it does not mean they will have to continue to go to Canal Flats to play. And that was some of the concern. It was a really tough year when the memorial was closed. But if we can get all the hockey that Cranbrook has in Memorial and Western Financial Place, then maybe it makes sense to close Kinsman. But I was curious, there's so many comments about keeping Kinsman in the actual written part of it.
I haven't, I'll be totally honest with you, I haven't gone into deep dive on reading all the comments, but one thing that comes to mind when you say that, I just want to make sure that like the comments that you might be reading from, whether or not they're from the randomized mail survey, or whether or not they're from the online survey that was posted on your website. If those comments are, there's a ton of comments coming from the self-selecting website survey. What sometimes happens with those types of surveys is the association or a group of parents will share, spread the word. We need to make sure our arena doesn't get taken away. And then it can get skewed towards a particular group. Like, I'll just give you an example. We did a survey, exactly the same methodology in Penticton, where we did a random survey, and then we did a survey where people could just access it through the website. And it from the website survey, it looked like pickleball was the #1 issue facing Penticton, which it didn't even come through on the random survey because it was. But what had happened is the Pickleball Association became very, they joined forces and got everyone to respond to the survey. So so it's just, I'm not sure where those comments, whether it was from the randomized survey or the online website survey, but it's something to take into consideration.
Yeah, fair comment. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor Bissett.
Thank you. I just wanted to say how excited I am by these results. This is really helpful for us at this table. And also to see, we came up with, we thought 5% was a palatable tax increase. And it appears from the data that we weren't out of line, that is what the public is thinking is reasonable. And it's really helpful to get that information on what they think could be reduced. I mean, we have a little better knowledge within the city of maybe some decisions within parks, what can be done, or whether it's, those specifics. But I just want to say, I'm just so excited to actually get a statistically valid survey done, and that this is so helpful. Maybe it's the old math teacher in me that gets excited over numbers, but yes, it is good. And also you're pointing out, we really have to be careful on looking at that self-selected input versus the other. And that's, I mean, you would know this, but I mean, truly that's the only information we've ever had in the past is from self-selected surveys. And so this is great information for us, even to be able, like, would it be valid to compare, like, look at the difference in response between the two and even use that as a lens when we're looking at our data in the future on self-selected surveys about maybe how we should adjust for that, or no? What do you think?
You do have to be cautious because this is a perfect example that the councillor brought up about the hockey arena. If there's a ton of comments related to the arenas, well, it's very possible that was something that was communicated amongst certain people and said, everybody fill out the survey and we've got to make sure this doesn't happen. So yeah, I mean, that being said, we did get a really good response rate from your self-selected survey as well. And a lot of the results that we gathered from the self-selected survey match statistically with our statistically reliable survey as well. there are certain differences, and I do think it's because there was an overabundance of families with kids that responded to the self-selected survey. So you'll get answers that are skewing towards whatever their preference is, as opposed to what maybe the general population and the various ages when that we were able to capture with the random selected. But yeah, no, I think that the way that the survey was designed, and it was through work with Mark and Chris, that they came up, or we came up with a survey that was I think it's really going to provide you guys with a easy to follow path forward.
Thank you.
Councillor Ray?
Thank you, Mayor Price. Just a couple of questions and comments. Charlotte, could you please remind me what the figure is for 1% of property tax for?
58, something like that.
357,000 and change.
Yep. Thank you very much. So, one of the things that jumped out at me as a start to hitting the target that we're aiming for are the two that are related to basically our financial administration. So one is the interest on tax prepayments. Lots of people didn't even know, I was one of them, that we were getting interest on those prepayments. So that seems like an easy place to start, as does the 5% discount for residents if they pay their utilities for the year up front. So I did have a question about that prepayment of utilities for the year. Is it that I would imagine would affect the city's cash flow? So is it, if we were to, as part of our decision-making process, say no more 5% discount for residents, you can choose to pay for the year, but you're not going to get a discount, is that a change to cash flow that the city can handle?
Councillor Ray through Mayor Price, we do have in place the borrowing bylaw that we invoke every fall. So that is intended to be a protection against cash flow crunches prior to the collection of taxes. Now, if we end up accessing that money, we will of course pay interest on that instead of earning interest on the cash that we are collecting from the residents. And just another, and it does allude to this in the survey, but the 5% discount on utility payments does not impact the property taxes. Yeah, so it does allude to that, but it's not, it's not property taxes. The interest paid on prepayments, very similar comments, except that of course is taxes. Now, as interest rates decline in the market, so will the interest that we would have paid our residents. So it is while interest rates go up and we might pay more, we earn more as well. And typically I believe the rate in the bylaw is 3% below prime. So, and we earn much better than that, obviously. So, but there are a number of municipalities that have moved away from the interest payments. There are still a number of municipalities that do it. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Good clarification about, what's property tax and what isn't. So thank you. I appreciate that reminder. And I think for the property tax prepayments, it's partly kind of the principle of the thing, and also that really, I don't think anybody was expecting to get paid interest on that. So just seems like an easy way to simplify things, sort of increase transparency, I think, and get us started anyways on hitting our target. So I wanted to mention as well, I was speaking with someone who completed, would have been the community engagement survey, not the official statistical survey, and that person agreed with, 5% is it's what the wording is. Is it a good goal to work towards? So I just want us to keep in mind that it wasn't that people were saying, I am hard and fast, you must hit 5%. It's that let's be working towards 5%. And if it is 5% plus a little bit, that is the wording. So I just want us to all be aware of that. We did not ask, are you only in favor of exactly a 5% tax increase. It was, is this a goal to work towards? And there's certainly support for that, but I do think it's important we keep in mind our wording on that. And just, one final comment about I fully appreciate the value of having a statistically valid survey. So I'm so pleased that we've moved forward with that and have this report to work with. I want us as well, I think, to appreciate, though, the public engagement that happened through the survey that was open to everyone. I do think there's value in that public engagement. Lots of people said to me, wow, I learned quite a bit from doing the survey, which is valuable. And they had an opportunity to provide their feedback. So I think we just need to keep in mind, that we appreciate the engagement from people and that there is value in that process as well. In terms of the Kinsman Arena, I absolutely hear what you're saying about folks from minor hockey mobilized, and because they care, and they're engaged and took that opportunity to be engaged. I think having read through all the comments, part of the narrative was, and just to be frank, I think folks from Cranbrook Minor Hockey felt it was the way we worded the question about the Kinsman Arena was insensitive and devalued their experience from last winter when the memorial was unavailable, because it was difficult and a financial and time burden on families to be traveling to Canal Flats. So Canal Flats, my understanding is, which is their choice. It was great they did that, but canceled bookings from Calgary so that Cranbrook could fit in. So thank you very much to Canal Flats. But yeah, 45 minutes one way. So, on winter roads with kids of pretty young ages at various times. So just to be frank, yeah, the minor hockey community felt their experience was devalued and disrespected when we said in our question, it worked last year and it was fine. So that's part of the reason that they were so engaged, because they felt that question did not reflect their lived experience, and it was hard for families.
Certainly what I saw is I was really impressed how the two surveys, the responses were very, very close to aligned. That to me was huge, and Mark and I had a conversation the other day, and then, so, probably everybody here has read through the 1,000 comments or something that were listed. And, you would think that the ones that were just responding on their own would be a little more harsh, but it was the other way around, so, and they had the freedom to do that on the keyboard. You almost think of keyboard warriors, but you know what? It really wasn't that bad. It was more the other way around. So a couple of things, I guess, is, I looked at on page 5 there, how satisfied are you with the services provided by the city of Cranbrook? Well, you know what? When we go down and we've only got one service below 50%, I go, do you know what? In spite of what we think or we hear from the odd person out there, when you go and you look at right down to citizen engagement, and we're at the 72% there. That's pretty damn impressive. And then, 51% is the lowest other than, and bylaw. And let's be honest, bylaw does an incredible job out there. This is the homeless impact, okay? And then that's sad because, we get it every day we go out, we hear it from somebody, you guys got to do something with the homeless. And we kind of take that a little bit personal. These guys are out there in the trenches every day doing the job, and make no mistake, they're making a difference, because if they weren't out doing it, the people that want to criticize this, they have no idea what it would look like out there if we hadn't, the city hasn't taken the initiative to deal with some of this stuff. Then I go on to the next page, and so, everybody's happy. Let's be honest. 51% and better, doesn't get any better than that to me. Then you go to the next page, if you're forced to reduce spending, which services? Well, you know what? It really tells me when 13% is the highest, they don't want a reduction. They don't want to pay the tax, but they don't want a reduction. So that's quite interesting. So they're satisfied with the current level of service, I'm making some assumptions here. And then my last comment is, I thought it was a really, really good exercise, especially in the way it was formulated. There was some education in there. There's that little education component in there. Here's what this costs, and here's quite a number of people come and say, wow, that was huge. You know, it wasn't just putting it out there and expecting you to answer something. There was actually some education in there. And so Mark and I have had a conversation based on the comments back. There's still, if you look at the comments that we got back, either they're totally uninformed or they're misinformed. They don't know. So I think that if we categorized some of those comments and formulated the response back, I fully intend on doing that as the mayor. You know, as a mayor, we've looked at this, or mayor and council's response to these things. And, you know, it's got to be done properly in the right context, but it's an education component, you know, when they're sitting there talking about wages or get rid of staff or, well, you know, maybe that's a fair comment out there. But you know what? I think we have a responsibility. We asked them for the comment. I think we have a responsibility to respond to those comments and explain the city's positions. We're not defending ourselves. Okay, so, you know, we're paying too much for this, we're paying too much for that. Well, you know what? Let's do an industry comparison, because we do. They don't understand that, you know, our wages, everything we do, we're doing either comparable communities or industry comparisons. You know, private sector, public sector on a lot of this stuff. I think we need to show that, you know, on our rationale for a lot of the things we're doing. You know, and that makes it look, I mean, that's, to me, transparency, number one. And number two, there's way more to this than you guys realize to get to these decisions, and especially the real critical stuff, you know. I'm fine with it, but to me, the thing I really got out of that, and I sit back and I go, you know what? I totally get it. They're uninformed or misinformed. I think we got a responsibility to inform them. So that's just what I'm thinking going forward. And we'll talk further with that going down the road with council. Any further? Well, Kale, thank you very much. I think everybody here certainly agrees with you know, with what Councillor Bissett stated earlier, that the value in this what we see right now, I think is huge. And I think going forward, we're going to see more value than what really meets the eye right now going forward and into decision making. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the survey that you've done is a really good one, and yeah, good luck in implementing what it tells you to do.
Good. Okay, thanks so much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Charlotte, anything further before we move on?
Just some closing comments from CAO Furcho.
All right, well, thank you. And so I guess, yeah, there's a bit of follow-up now, and I'll just follow up with the mayor. Like what he said is that, you know, I think transparency back to the public is important. So all the areas where the public had the information, whether we provided it in the survey, as you said, there was an educational component, good responses, but we can certainly group some of the comments that were showing where there was lacking information and send that information back where there was questions, because that's important. If that's the questions from the public, we need to respond to those. And a few other things that just came up. I just want to mention, you know, we did the statistically valid survey plus the open to everyone survey for a reason. And the statistically valid survey gives you what the survey results would be if you did an actual poll of accurate data of the whole community with a sample. That's the purpose. Then we did the open to everyone because we wanted to know what do people say when they have access to that survey. They could be responding from anywhere. We can't control where they're responding from. And there's always a question about the validity of that data. Because if we only did the open to everyone survey and presented that to council today, council members would say, I don't know what this means. I don't know if I can trust this data. So by doing both, what did we learn? We learned the statistically valid data was what was presented, but when you look at the report, you'll see in there the tables, and it shows you the percents on the responses from the statistically valid survey compared to the open to everyone survey. And what we learned, and what I can sit here now and say, is the open to everyone survey, when it came to voting on the specific items that we presented, the members of the public were absolutely honest. You know, we used that one little example about the arena where there might be some slight skewing, but overall, the survey, the respondents, the 1,600 and something people that responded to the open to everyone survey were honest. And I would feel very comfortable in just having the open to everyone survey. Now that I have those two sets of data, I can tell you the people who took the time to respond to the survey online were honest. That was excellent results that we got from the open to everyone. And now, because we did them both, we can say it was actually accurately reflects the view of Cranbrook. It isn't really that skewed. It was quite close. You know, arguably you mentioned, you know, we could have worded the question better. Yes. And like everything we do with the city, a lot of times we're just, I don't know what's the best way to put it, jamming stuff through the door while it's on fire, because we got so many things to do that, you know, we could have read the questions with those lenses and been better, but we were trying to gather as much information, get it into the survey and get it out the door. So criticism taken by yourself, Councilor Ray, and from that community, you know, apologies for that, but we'll learn. I'm glad to hear that people read it that closely, because we tried to write it, but we literally, like I say, we just tried to get it out the door. So one question to council will be, you know, this is probably the largest sort of customer satisfaction survey and questions that we've asked, as Councilor Bissett said, to give council some information going into the budget process, probably the deepest and most early consultation that we've done to that level. And whether or not we want to do that annually or not, I think will be a question for next year's budget process. And it's just, it's good, valuable information, because we are like, you know, I mentioned, I sent that email out that the average tax increases in BC are 8% for this year's StatsCan data. It is this post-COVID inflationary spike is hitting everybody. So it's a very difficult budget year, not just in Cranbrook, everywhere. And so what are the choices we need to make? We have to engage the community on that. We've done some of that work, and we're going to have to probably do some more. So what's coming next? So in 5 days, on Monday, I will bring a report back to council at the council meeting, and I'll ask council for a few things. And one is to officially receive. Oh, did you? Oh, sure.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask on the move to two-tier system.
Yes.
Would we get like a decrease in people participating in that? Like, are we accurately reflecting how much we're going to save by, or money that's going to come in revenue? Or like, what if people in area C say, yeah, no, we're not going to pay. And so we get a decrease in use. We still have our recreation costs as they are. So maybe we're not going to save as much with that. Because I can understand why people in Cranbrook would go, yeah, for sure, let's do it. Because of course, they're not the ones that are going to change what they're paying.
So Councillor Bissett through the mayor, that, you know, that is a valid point, and it's likely true. The number that we used that from we asked our recreation, when we did the recreation services review, we asked that consultant to look at the costs and how much that people pay. So you can't do the whole cost. You have to remove the amount that everybody's paying already in the fees from the totals, then take the taxes, and then that's the pure number. But what we didn't do, we just needed a number to work with in order to get, so basically that project was just completing and I needed a number to use in the survey. So rather than just making up a number, that number had some validity. But now when you actually apply that number, when you apply a two-tier system, there will be a number of factors that go into that. Same like when we increase ticket prices. It prices some people out or whatever. Like so there's always these variables. So what you've just said, 100%. But the purpose of that is two-tier. One is not, God, what a terrible. Oh, twofold. One is that we wanted to be able to talk to the regional district about perhaps finding other ways, and really they wouldn't know what's the level of public support either way without this conversation. So we've opened the door to a deep engagement with the RD that we've been, it's actually been quite fruitful so far, and we hope to continue that. And then obviously the less desirable path is a two-tier system. And there's a number of things. Not only would it probably generate less revenue, we probably wouldn't see any benefit for that in the 2025 to really reduce the tax burden on 2025. It would be into future years. And a lot of these things, you know, that one is quite a big one. But we had to get something out to ask the question. So really that's what we worked with. And that's the only number I could use that I could say has some validity to it. So that's where that came from. All right. Thanks for that question. Sorry, I find it very dry. So on the 25th, Monday, I'll ask council for a number of things. I'll bring a report and I'm going to ask council to receive the survey information officially so it becomes part of the record for council. I'm going to ask council if they are ready to tell us a maximum tax increase, a range, a target to shoot for, give us some direction, because what we said is we would use that number in the survey, and that's the number that we have in our plans. But now, council, you tell us based on what you heard, what would you like us to work towards? So I'll ask that question again. I'm going to ask if Councilor Ray kind of started on this already, but I'm going to ask council if there were things that were in the budget survey, like where we proposed to cut this thing, this service, and the feedbacks looks pretty favorable. Could you tell us that on the 25th? Because as we then begin to prepare for the presentations in December, that will be helpful for a department to know whether or not to include that or not, or if we can just take it out. Because if council can give us that early indication, we can just remove it before we present in December. There are things, though, that, you know, if we use the arena example, that if council has some desire to look into it deeper, on the 25th, maybe signal that that's something you have an interest in, but we're going to have to look at what is the impact to ICE users? What kind of a consultation process do we need to use? So it gets us started working on those things. But I'm going to ask for anything that you can tell us, absolutely do that, because then the presentation you're going to see on the 11th will reflect that thing being removed already, rather than still being in there when we all know it needs to go. And then, just so you know, those are the questions I will ask. And then December 11th and December 13th is the budget presentations by departments. And like we said, we're going to run this very succinct process. Like, so this new budget process we're running this year includes this deep dive with the public, but then the budget presentations are simply, here's what the department got last year, here's what's asking for this year, here's what's changed. That's it. So very succinct. And then the capital list with, you know, are you ready to do an early approval in December? Because it's easy to say yes to, and we can get the best price. If you say, no, this doesn't make sense at all, it goes off the list completely, or you say defer it, and it goes into the new year when we typically talk about capital. And we talked about a few examples of that today. So that will be what you'll see in December. The department presentations probably won't be anywhere near reaching the target percent budget increase that you're looking for yet, depending on the number that you're setting, because we've done some of the work, like internally, we're going to do everything that we can to trim those back. But as we've talked about with the reason for engaging the public is in order to reduce the budget numbers that much, we're going to have to look at cutting some services, either cutting a service or service levels. We propose some, but that won't get us to that number. We're doing a lot of work internally. But you know, there is some things that, like half of that tax increase almost is just the RCMP contract alone. Like there's some big chunks there that are pretty immovable in that number. So we're going to have some pretty serious work to do. So from those presentations in December until when in the new year that we actually set the tax rates, that's going to be that work between council and staff on deciding what do we do. So you'll see the presentations in December. They're kind of where we're at that point. know that there's a lot of work before we get to that final tax number in the new year, before we set the tax rates in the next budget. So I just want everybody to get the roadmap of what's next. And I'll be asking those questions. So if you can keep in your mind, what are the things you're ready to say, let's just take them off, and what kind of tax rate range are you looking at? So that's coming in 5 days.
Thanks, Mark. Let's go around the table. Who's got any comment, final comment? Councillor Statsky?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. So as we go through the process, what's important is the bottom line around tax increases. And so as we go through these meetings and make some decisions, how quickly can we then get an estimate of where our tax rate is at?
I want council to know also, maybe Charlotte, if you could just cover it, that the 8%, 8.759% was based on what we knew February. We know there's been a lot of extra things and things have changed. And maybe you could just speak a little to that. And then even as we get into the new year, there's still things that change. So even though we may remove something, there might be another cost increase that council wasn't aware of that we have no control over coming in from another direction. So until we get into the new year, the numbers are going to bounce around a fair bit. I can just say the starting point was maybe in the 8 range, 8.59, and then it did exceed that considerably since then. And we've been doing a lot of work internally since then. So this will be a process. So maybe Charlotte, do you want to just speak to maybe some of the things that have changed that are notable?
Sure. Right off the bat, borrowing by pushing out the RCMP and the FS over at Western Financial Place, we've removed $400,000 in new financing costs. So that's obviously a big item. The RCMP was in that 8.59. RCMP was $814,000. I think 110 or something increase after we received the budget in May for the next year. So the 814 becomes $950,000. Our WCB rate has gone up. We had a small estimate, too high estimate on the wage increases for QP, about 0.5%. So that will drop down, but other IFF information is coming in a lot higher than what we have in the budget. So those kinds of things are causing fluctuations. And those are just off the top of my head. There's quite a bit. And then, of course, we have Trevor's increased revenues over at Western Financial Place. So that is not factored into the 8.59. In terms of your question, Councillor Stetsky, at the next meeting, we would be able to bring you what the next iteration of the tax increase is. And at some point, we're probably, like we normally end up with one meeting where we have some asks that we get a resolution from council on, and we say, okay, if you agree to this, or if we do this, and then we can do that a bit live. So, yeah, it'll be, and depending on the volume of changes at one meeting, then the next meeting will already have been scheduled. So come whatever our high water, I'll be bringing you the updated number at the next meeting. And usually we'll have at least 2 weeks between the meetings just to give staff time.
Thanks, Charlotte. Councillor Peabody, comment? No, thank you. Councillor Set?
Thank you. One of the things that's nice with this information is to see, for example, that impact of just reducing hours at the pool is almost comparable to changing the use completely on Kinsman. That's kind of amazing. And I think that this is very good information for us to have, not only the survey results, but also the information in there, because we haven't had that before. So that is enlightening. I also think, I wonder, people might think we have more land than we do as the city. So they think we're going to make lots of money with that, whereas a lot of that land, I think, is actually school district land that they think is maybe ours. But yes, no, this is super helpful. And what it also, I think is important for us to remember is, yes, if we actually did a survey, those results would be reasonable. But us just glancing at Facebook is not. And it's such a toxic environment that it's quite hard. Like, I personally find it difficult to look at because of course those voices are very strong, and that's not representative of our community. So I think, you know, I mean, especially with latest elections, I'm on a news media diet anyways. So a Facebook diet, I think, would be helpful for all elected officials anyways.
Councillor Ray.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to again echo the appreciation for the statistically valid survey. Also appreciate having the open public input, and I'd like to thank Councillor Bossette, because I think that discussion started with Councillor Bossette about having a statistically valid survey. So thank you very much, because I think we've set a new standard for excellence, and it's going to take us into the future as well. So I really appreciate that. One of the thoughts I've been having is around our review of our recreation fees, and just wanted to touch base on the timeline for that. So, you know, when you're doing an experiment, and if you throw in a bunch of variables at once, it's hard to know what had an effect. And so, to my mind, before we perhaps dive deep into shutting down facility X, Y, or Z, I think the review of our recreation fees is a key factor to look at first. You know, that information came forward talking about getting much closer to charging what the real cost is, particularly for adults, and having a conversation around, yeah, subsidizing costs makes more sense for youth. But when you're looking at adults, exploring the potential for getting way closer to what the real cost is. So again, from the hockey community, among the adults are talking to their friends in Calgary who are paying way more and are playing at 11 o'clock at night. That's their starting time. So I think there is an appetite around that review of recreation fees. And I just want to put that out there, that my suggestion would be that we explore that first and change that variable first and say, okay, if we move to charging closer to what it actually costs for an ice time for adults, are people going to still keep playing? My educated guess is that yes, they will still keep playing, and they will be happy to still keep playing, because they don't live in Calgary where they have to pay way more and play much later if they can get an ice time, which is why people are coming to Canal Flats from Calgary to get ice time. So what's the timeline looking like for that review of our recreation fees? And we can talk about that later.
And maybe I'll just leave it with, you know, thank you for those comments, because you know, I'm glad to hear that. And I've made notes of what you said, so I'll be talking to Trevor and we'll get you that answer back. But, you know, for me to hear that, you know, there is a recognition that Cranbrook is low on some of those things, and, you know, let's have a good, robust conversation about, you know, paying the cost versus cutting, because I think that's valuable. And that is, you know, that is the model that Canal Flats uses, is they bring in tournaments from Calgary because the ice time is cheaper, so the whole community benefits. And capitalizing on the costs in the city. And so, you know, here we are as a city facing these big costs, and what do we do about it? So so that's great information, and I'll have a chat with Trevor, and we'll come back on that one.
And just as a final wrap up of that, it's the old adage of, you know, how do you manage your budget? You reduce expenses and or you increase revenues. So let's not just look at reducing expenses. Let's also look at where I believe we have room, and that people really would understand that, yeah, that's an area where we can increase revenue to help manage our budget challenge.
Excellent. Councillor Popoff.
Yes, thank you. So I think the statistically valid survey was worth the money we paid for it. To to know that it's valid and not an opinion survey, I think is something we want to continue to look at. If you get the email warriors and they take over an opinion survey, you've wasted your time and effort in doing that. But if we can do a statistically valid survey and get whatever the results are, at least we know they're valid, representing the whole community. So I would encourage us, if we do want to learn from our community, we do a statistically valid surveys in the future going forward. And there's good value for the money there. If we're going to have discussions on the future use of the Kinsman Arena, I think we really, if we haven't already done so, we need to know the different user groups that would be taking an interest in especially the winter time of the Kinsman Arena, approach them and what would that value be for them? What other values would there be if we didn't have ice in the Kinsman Arena? So seeing it from both sides going forward, and what cost benefits there will be for that, for more different types of recreation in our community. And Mark, to your question about next council meeting, you're going to ask us what tax rate are we comfortable with? We need to know if we say it's 5%, 6%, 7%, 8.59%, what are we losing if we keep going down the number list, okay? But we say 7%, well, from 8.59 to 7, what does that mean that we're going to be taking off the books? What's the impact of that? From the staff perspective, what's the priority that we take off the list? We go from 8.59 down to 6%, versus 5%. So if you're coming to ask us the question, we need to know what it is we need to know to make that kind of a credible, give you credible feedback.
Thank you.
Can I maybe respond to that? Just so, back to, it's a similar comment than what I made with, or what Charlotte as well made with Councillor Stetsky, is that, you know, we need to know kind of what we're dealing with first, because if we were talking about, so as I said, when we entered this conversation back in last year at the 8.59%, to get down to 5 was one conversation. And what we presented was a number of things that if we were able to magically do them tomorrow, would have taken off that chunk that would have got us close with the work that we were doing internally. As we worked through the year, that number accelerated into the double digits in terms of what the actual tax increase might be. And now that range got a lot bigger. And in terms of the depth of the cuts of services in order to achieve 5% would have gotten much more. And as Charlotte said, you know, we've talked about a few things, including bumping the FS for the WFP out, the RCMP renovation out in order to achieve a little bit internally. We've talked about some other things that we can do internally. We'll have a bit more of a robust conversation with council, but until we get to the place where we're fairly comfortable with what the actual tax increase is, the services that we have on the table and what council wants to achieve and the difference between those two, then I'll be able to get a little more into the specifics of what you're looking at, Councillor Popoff.
Well, thank you.
Right now is,
and I guess
it, you know, like we presented service cuts, but you can see that even with that depth of service cuts, it doesn't get us down that far.
right, and I think that's my point. I mean, to go from 8.59 to 5%, 3.59% is a fair. That's what, $10 million,
No, it's 1.3 million.
3.5%.
Yep.
Well, 1%.
Is 350,000.
Sorry, okay, so, yeah, so how do we shave that off? And where does it come from? And what's, from the staff's perspective, what are those priorities that we would shave off? That would be what I'd be interested in seeing.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Yeah, thank you. I think there are definitely some good takeaways from the survey and things to contemplate moving forward over the next month of budget process. I think the one thing that we have to look seriously at, and it's nothing new, you've heard me say it multiple times, is the satisfaction with policing. Okay, great. They're satisfied with us with an average of 20 members. So I think we need to look at hard numbers there of cutting members if we can't afford what we have. So people have been happy. We've had 20 members for 8 years. So I think policing needs to come up and we need to have hard conversations about policing. And that stems into the dissatisfaction with bylaw. That means that we need to maybe move some of that money and hire some more people to deal with bylaw. So I think we need to have hard conversations around that. I think we need to look at putting bumpers up as well with our policing costs and going and drawing a hard line in the sand with the province, saying our muni RCMP that we paid 90% for don't leave municipal boundaries. They're paid 90%, 10% is for the feds in case there's some big thing where they need to pull people federally. But we need to have these conversations because our policing costs are going through the roof and RCMP are pricing themselves out of the market. Then it's not our local members, it's what's happening. We can't afford it. But when I look at people saying they're happy with policing service, that's great because we've been running a reduced policing service already for 8 years. We've never, except for like 2 months where we actually were fully staffed. We've never been fully staffed. So I think those are conversations we have to have and looking at how we can shift money around that will actually be meaningful impacts for our budget. Second thing is to stem off of what Councillor Ray was saying. I think if it costs $200 an hour to run Kinsman, if it costs $280 to run Memorial and $400 or whatever it is to run Western Financial, that's what we bill it out as. Doesn't matter what group it is, this is what you pay. This is what we pay to operate those arenas. Where the savings is that doesn't include maintenance costs. So we're still subsidizing the maintenance and the upkeep on these things, but this is just to cover sheer operating. If it's $300 an hour that we have to pay to operate it, that's what we need to bill out. We can't afford to be subsidizing. So I think those are conversations that we have to have where we can see some reduction, and we can also see some things where we can shift and hopefully deal with some of the issues, because safety and security were number one. Homeless was number one on our thing, and clearly we have to shift around that. So those are things that I'm looking at and will be bringing up.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. That's a very honest perspective. That's a tough one to talk about. So I really appreciate your candor. Certainly the RCMP, from my perspective, I believe we asked them last year sometime what the response rate was outside the city limits from our detachment. I think it was 18 or 19%. So that's almost your 20% thing. What's our cost for the RCMP a year? And so I'm just saying, what would almost 20% of that be in round numbers? That's pretty significant. You know what? That's several percent. You know, so you look at it, and this is not on our NCO. This is not on Barrie. This is on the province. This is on Ottawa. You know, anything more we want, we have to pay for. And they're very rigid. Sorry, guys, that's the cost of doing business. So, you know, if you look at it, we have a contract with them. And this is not on Barrie, and this is not on our local detachment. We have been talking, and for years, I've heard council talk. Are the RCMP really fulfilling the intent of our contract? They're not. We're supposed to have 26. When the NCO's got to go out on a weekend and he's only got on shift, that's not on Barrie. That's their organization. They got to take some responsibility. And you know what? So they're leaving us short in town lots of times, like to that extent. And then we're running calls all the time. And I'm fine with that. If we're getting compensated, we got enough staff in town, you know. But these are, and you're absolutely right. These are things we have to take a serious look at. You know, we pursuing it with the regional district, as Mark said. Our first conversations, I thought, went very well. They acknowledge it. They're good, but now we have to find a mechanism. RCMP, you know what they do? They just turn like this, but that's not acceptable. And you know, I truly believe what you're saying. Maybe we're going to have to get political with them, you know, because all we're doing is supporting Barrie that way as well. You know, our local detachment. And I guess finally, you know what, I want to just thank everybody today, everybody who participated, and everybody that contributed to it, because there's people that weren't in the room that contributed to this. When I look at what happened in this, when our first look, and if you look at the movement and the changes in here, you know, I've been doing budgets here since 2005. I've never seen this level of commitment. And really, we put it out there. This is a really hard year for us. Staff, you gotta, right, go in and do whatever you can. Well, you know, when I look at this, they responded. They really did, and I've never seen a response like this. We're probably still a long way from getting there. We're going to get there. But, you know, based on that response, and I felt really good today. You know, in past years, and trust me, it's gone on for a number of years, it can be an emotional time, or we have our, our perspective, and sometimes be us against them, or, or one person doesn't have we're not seeing eye to eye, and you can see an edge or whatever. I thought today was so respectful, and the way, both parties, and I really think that it's apparent to everybody in the room that it's going to take both sides. We're going to have to get together on this, support each other if we're going to hit this goal, because, in a way, 5% to me isn't realistic. But that being said, just because it's not realistic, it doesn't mean we're not going to get there or get close to there, right? So, and we know that 8.5, whatever it is, isn't realistic to the public. So, right? But, again, I just want to thank everybody for the today's meeting. I thought it went really well, as good as I've seen, since I've been here. So thanks, everybody, and it's much appreciated. And with that, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Bassett, Councillor Peabody, all in favor? Adjourn.